välkommen. And that means welcome. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I'm delighted to be standing here in front of you. I am a journalist and program host for the largest media platform in the world about climate action. I work for sustainability transition for 25 years. So of course, I'm happy to be here with you in this room. We have 2 wonderful days, because I have the agenda here in my hand, in front of us, ahead of us. And I realized that you had a fantastic day yesterday too. So, during these 2 days, we will talk about collaboration, because we know for sure, if there's one thing we know, is that the challenges that we face, we cannot handle them on our own, right? They're immense. So we need curiosity, collaboration, and we also need courage. It's truly inspiring to see so many different parts of society, because I do have quite a good picture of who is here. We have representatives from academia, obviously, also from the industry, from civil society, and also from the municipality world. So that is really a great mix to make this work, this collaboration and co-working that we need to kickstart and work with even further on. We need some practical information always. I'd like to ask you to take a look to find the green dots for the green arrows, actually, for the emergency exits. And in case of an emergency, the muster point is outside on the parking lot. So just straight out the door into the parking lot. Restrooms, actually, I have not been using them already, but it's probably just outside. You'll find them. And we're very eager to hear from you during the day, not just from the speakers up here. So please log into the Menti. There will be a QR code any minute here, any second on the screen. So please open the devices, iPads or telephones, and log into the Menti. And I would like for you to write questions, if you have them, for the speakers, and they will be fed into my iPad here on stage. And I will make sure to convey as many questions as possible to the speakers. So we get a little bit of a collaboration here also in the room. With that said, I'd like to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor of MDU, Helena Järregård. She is, because I've had conversations with her and read about her work, she is a very strong advocate for collaboration and also the role of universities in shaping a more sustainable and connected world. So please give Helena Järregård a warm welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Katarina. Distinguished guests, students, esteemed colleagues, dear partners and friends, most welcome here today and welcome back to some of you. I hope you all had a rewarding day yesterday, and together we had to explore the strength and potential of collaboration within the Sunrise Alliance across Europe. We engaged in thoughtful discussions about the urgent challenges facing our societies, and we reflected on how we, as universities and partners, can deepen our collaboration, strengthen our collective capacity, and take greater responsibility in shaping a sense of global citizenship. That is why this forum matters, not only to exchange ideas, but to build trust, responsibility, and shared direction. And today, we widen the conversation. We broaden our perspectives beyond Europe and turn our attention to our global role, with a particular focus on the opportunities and responsibilities that arise in collaboration between Europe and India. This focus could not be more timely, because just recently, Sweden and India strengthen our bilateral relationship through a new agreement aimed at deepening cooperation in areas such as innovation, sustainability, and technological development. And this was further reinforced by the high-level meeting only days ago between Sweden's Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson and India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi here in Sweden, an important signal of the growing strategic importance of this partnership. These developments highlight something fundamental. The challenges we face, climate change, technological transformation, democratic resilience, are global in its nature, and they ask us to think and act together. At Mälardalen University, we are proud to already be part of this global dialogue. We have a long-standing and valued collaboration with university partners across India. I'd like to mention WE School and IIT Bombay in particular. This means mutual learning, shared research, and a common will to contribute to the society. Collaboration in education is key, and on a yearly basis, 10 million students graduate in India, which happens to be the same number as the total population in Sweden. But with the Sunrise Alliance, we together represent a substantial part of education in Europe. It is therefore a particular pleasure to welcome our partners from India. We are grateful for your presence here. This forum is a part of a longer journey, one where international dialogue helps us to turn knowledge into action and cooperation into real impact. 2 years ago, we hosted an international conference, this Global Impact Forum, where we, together with partners from Rwanda, explored themes of societal development and the power of reconciliation. That gathering demonstrated how universities can serve as spaces for dialogue, bringing diverse voices together to address complex realities. Today, we continue this journey. Over the coming sessions, we will speak about the kind of collaboration that truly matters. How academia, industry, the public sector, and civil society can work together. How innovation in energy, water, and technology can serve society. How artificial intelligence must remain human-centered. And how democracy, trust, and organizational renewal are essential if change is to be both lasting and fair. These are not only topics for discussions, these are questions of responsibility. Here in the Mälardalen region, we are uniquely positioned to contribute to this work. Our region is home to approximately half of Sweden's population and generates approximately 50% of the country's GDP. It is a region characterized by strong industry, vibrant communities, and an established tradition of collaboration between academia and society. This gives us both an opportunity and responsibility. The shift towards a sustainable society is not optional, it is essential. And within this transition, electrification plays a central role. From transportation to industrial processes, electrification is key to reducing emissions and enabling sustainable growth. But no region, no country, and no institution can achieve this alone. There is much we can learn from each other, and in this regard, our collaboration with India is particularly valuable. India now moves fast in industrialization by electrification, which means that the choice is not longer between poverty and pollution or between development or now and to clean up later. Now both can be done. So we begin today's session, and I invite you to take part fully. Share your ideas, ask honest questions in the Menti, and listen with curiosity. Once again, welcome, and have a good 2 days.
Thank you very much indeed, Helena. And now I need some help to get a table onto the stage because we had to clear everything off for the dancers. So for the speakers to have a table to rest their nose and a glass of water maybe on, we need some tables, or one table at least. And during the break, you will also have the beautiful SDG cubes back on stage. As you might know, that those were designed by a Swedish person, Jakob Trollbäck. The entire SDG system was actually facilitated by him and his team, the design of it. Great. So maybe a little bit more center stage if Dougald would like to be more. That's the next speaker. Here we go. I think this might be good, so he reaches everybody. Okay, terrific. Wonderful. So thank you again, Helena. And let's now move on to the first keynote speaker. I'm very excited to invite a fellow journalist colleague here up on stage, Dougald Hine. It's always wonderful to start out with a person that can really sort of broaden our horizons, broaden the perspective, zoom out, in order for us to be able to zoom in again. He is a British author and a journalist, and he's been residing in Sweden since 2012. So I guess he could actually do this in Swedish, but that would not be fair to those of you who are not Swedish. So he'll be speaking English, of course. He's a former BBC journalist and a social entrepreneur, and he's co-founder of the Dark Mountain Project and also the project called A School Called Home. So please give Dougald Home, that was wrong, School Home and Dougald Hine a wonderful, warm welcome.
Thank you, Katarina. It's good to be here with you all. It's good to be back in Västerås. I lived here for 8 years, and my son was born here. And you know how you have a particular connection to a place where one of your children started life, don't you? I wanted to bring you some stories to start the day. I hope that's okay. The philosopher John Moriarty was born in rural Ireland in the 1930s. In the world of my childhood, he used to say, if everyone over the age of 14 had vanished in the night, if we'd woken up and it was just us kids left, those of us who were left could have run the farms, we could have looked after the little ones, we could have fed and clothed ourselves, and life would have gone on. Then he arrived at university in Dublin, the first young person from his village ever to go to university. And the first thing I was taught was that the world I had come from was a world of ignorance. We're here at the start of this forum, at this meeting point, which is all about how universities collaborate with industry and government and civil society. And I wanted to start with John Moriarty's story because it asks us to consider that all the knowledge might not be marked on the maps we've been given. We're here at the start of this forum where the keywords are sustainability, human technology relations, democracy and societal development. So I want to start, too, with the words of my friend Amitav Ghosh from the closing pages of his book, The Great Derangement, Climate Change and the Unthinkable. Because he says something that may sound strange. The ever-shrinking time horizon of the climate crisis may itself be a source of hope, he says. How could that possibly be true? Well, he goes on, the great acceleration which has driven the climate crisis has also led to the destruction of communities, to ever greater individualization and anomie, to the industrialization of agriculture and to the centralization of distribution systems, a process which results in the extinction of exactly those forms of traditional knowledge, material skills, art, and ties of community, which might, Amitav Ghosh says, which might make all the difference in our ability to make lives together, to make lives worth living, as the impacts of this crisis intensify. But the very speed with which the crisis is now unfolding may be the one factor that will preserve some of these resources. In other words, there won't be time for the processes of modernization to complete the job of destroying all the knowledge that is marked on the maps as ignorance, because the crisis is coming on too fast. Sobering thought. Who knows? Who does the work of knowing the world? The official answer for the past 200 years has been scientists. The word science literally means knowledge, that which is known, the state or the act of knowing. In my last book, At Work in the Ruins, I wrote about the years in which I found myself regularly sitting around the table with climate scientists. Those meetings came about because of a sense of helplessness on the part of the scientists themselves, a sense that they were stuck. And so they would invite in artists and indigenous knowledge carriers and philosophers and archbishops and all kinds of people. And at the time, I was working at Riksteatern, which is Sweden's touring national theatre. So I was there as one of the representatives of the arts. The background assumption in those meetings tended to be that there is a problem with communication. So the scientists have the knowledge that we need about the climate crisis, but it's not getting through to people. And so the rest of us were invited in the hope that we might know something about how to deliver the message from the scientists to everyone else. But I used to find myself questioning this, firstly, because that's not what art is. It's not a communications tool for delivering a message. But secondly, because it's also not true that science can do all the work of knowing the world. As I wrote in the book, climate change asks us questions that climate science cannot answer. Some of those questions are downstream of the climate science. They're where the engineers and economists come in, for example. But some of them are also upstream, questions that frame the work that the scientists do. Here is an example of an upstream question. How did we find ourselves in this trouble? Are we in this crisis because of a piece of bad luck with the atmospheric chemistry? That it turns out that the global climate system is destabilized by our carbon emissions? Or is this crisis the consequence of a way of approaching the world? A way of seeing and treating everything and everyone that would always have brought us to such a crisis, even if the atmospheric chemistry had been different? It's a real question, and it matters how we answer it. If we're dealing with a piece of bad luck with the atmospheric chemistry, then the answer is to look for a mix of hacks and fixes that allows us to go on as much as possible on our existing trajectory of development. But if the roots of the crisis are in our way of approaching the world, then we need to rethink and reorient at a much more fundamental level. It's a real question, but not one that can be answered by the work of measurement and modeling involved in climate science, as important as that work is. A lot of the time, we ask too much of science. We ask it to do all the work of knowing the world and telling us what we ought to do, and that's beyond its capacity. We need other kinds of knowledge, other ways of knowing, in order to ask the questions that can't be answered or even seen clearly by the work of science alone. One way of thinking about the different kinds of knowing is through a distinction that is described by the political scientist James C. Scott. He uses two Greek terms, metis and techne. to describe two different kinds of knowledge. Metis refers to the kind of knowledge that is exceptionally difficult to teach apart from engaging in the activity itself. It's very hard to learn how to ride a bicycle by reading a set of instructions. Techne, in contrast, is the kind of knowledge that can be set out in hard and fast rules, principles, and propositions. It's knowledge that is universal, that can be expressed theoretically with an impersonal and often quantitative precision. For all these reasons, it is techne which has tended to be valued and recognized as knowledge in the modern university. If Moriarty was given to understand that the world of his childhood was a world of ignorance, it's because the knowledge held within that rural community belonged to the field of metis rather than techne. Now, James Scott offers a set of fascinating examples to help us think about how techne and metis work together. He describes an older doctor who's taking a medical student with him on a house call. And as they step into the hallway of the house, the doctor says, "Stop. Smell the odor. Never forget this smell. This is the smell of a house with diphtheria." That's metis knowledge. And Scott makes the point that metis plays an important role in medical practice. It's possible to test for diphtheria, but it takes longer, it costs more, and the results are still not 100% reliable. And Scott puts it like this: when rapid judgments of high, not perfect, accuracy are called for, when it's important to interpret early signs that things are going well or poorly, there is no substitute for metis. Another example that Scott gives comes from his fieldwork in a village in Malaysia. In the garden of the house where he was living, there was a mango tree. It was widely known for the quality of its fruit. But around the time that he arrived, the tree had become infested with red ants, which ate the fruit before it could be picked. He noticed Mat Isa, the elderly head of the household, bringing dried nipa palm fronds to the base of the mango tree and checking them. When he persuaded the old man to explain what he was doing, it turned out that he knew of another species of smaller black ant which would attack these red ants. He knew where there were several colonies of these ants on the far side of the compound, and he knew that these curled palm leaves were perfect for the black ant queen to lay her eggs. So he had been placing them out, collecting them once the eggs were laid, and moving them to the base of the mango tree. When the eggs hatched over the course of a week, the black ants fought and won a war against the red ants, and the infestation was over. As Scott says, there is a huge amount of knowledge involved in this successful intervention. And he makes a point that can be uncomfortable for those of us who meet in a forum like this. What is clear to me, Scott writes, is that no agricultural extension official would have known the first thing about ants, let alone biological controls. Most of the extension agents were raised in town, and in any case were concerned entirely with rice, fertilizer, and loans. Nor would most of them think to ask. They were, after all, the experts, trained to instruct the peasant. It is hard to imagine this knowledge, this metis knowledge that Martisa used, being created and maintained except in the context of lifelong observation and a relatively stable, multi-generational community that routinely exchanges and preserves knowledge of this kind. Village knowledge is mostly metis knowledge. University knowledge is mostly techne knowledge. Both these kinds of knowledge are valuable, but to bring them into a fruitful relationship, we have to overcome a high barrier of prestige. We can imagine that the agricultural extension agent has spent years in school and college. This has been costly and is a matter of pride for his family. He has a qualification and a job title, both of which prove that he is an expert. But he only visits that village for a few days of the year. For the knowledge that he brings to be helpful, he has to show up willing to recognize another kind of expertise, the kind that Mat Isa has. He has to be willing to put down the status that society has given him, that was enacted in his graduation ceremony, to recognize all the ways that the uneducated peasant knows more than he does. In many situations, the universal knowledge of techne can only become helpful if it is willing to occupy the humbler role in relation to the local, specific knowledge of mitis. And that's a big ask. It's a reversal of the role which our education systems and our economies and our class systems teach us to assume. It doesn't fit the story of development. The promise of development has been that more and more and more of us are going to go to university. More and more of us are going to live in cities. The promise of sustainable development has been that this can be done at the same time as we decarbonize our economies and otherwise bring their destructive impact under control. That we can continue the upward curves of economic growth without undermining the ecological conditions for the ongoing viability of our ways of living. So far, this isn't going very well. We talk about the energy transition, yet last year the world burned more fossil fuels than ever before. We're not transitioning away from fossil fuels, we're layering additional energy sources on top of them. In a 2019 paper, Jason Hickel and Georgios Kallis asked, is green growth possible? They looked at studies of historical trends and model-based projections to ask whether we can achieve the absolute decoupling of economic growth from resource use that is currently assumed. And they conclude that, I quote, extant empirical evidence does not support the theory of green growth. Instead, they suggest that the assumption of green growth by organizations including the World Bank and the OECD is politically motivated. A future which doesn't resemble the trajectories of economic growth and the development path associated with them is unthinkable. So the theory of green growth must be true, says the paper, whatever the evidence says. That book by Amitav Ghosh that I quoted from has the subtitle, Climate Change and the Unthinkable. I want to say that some of us, at least, should be working on the unthinkable. As Vanessa Machado de Oliveira says, the futures worth working for today are presently unimaginable futures. There is work to be done, putting our skills in service of kinds of knowledge that were categorized as ignorance. When we think of the collaborations that are called for, they include the collaboration between techne and mitis, recognizing the default power dynamic that exists between these ways of knowing, and willing to risk turning that upside down for more fruitful collaborations. At the end of At Work in the Ruins, I offered a list of the kinds of tasks that make sense in an age of endings, in a time when existing trajectories can't be made sustainable, and we find ourselves having to make worlds together among the ruins of yesterday's promises. It's a short list, but here it goes. There is the work of saving, salvaging the good things we can take with us from the achievements of modernity. There is the work of grieving, mourning the good things we won't manage to take with us. And part of this is to tell the stories of things we lose, because those stories can come with us and may turn out to be seeds in worlds we can't imagine yet. There is the work of leaving, noticing the things that were never as good as we told each other they were, about the ways of living that have been held up as models of development and progress, and the chance we get to walk away from them. And there is the work of weaving, picking up the dropped threads, the practices and the knowledge that was marked as old-fashioned, obsolete, that was pushed to the margins, and the chance to pick up those threads and weave them back in as part of how we find ways of making lives together. We don't all have to be on the same page. We don't all have to be focusing on the same kind of task, but there is plenty of work to do. And I wish you all good luck in finding the work that is yours to do in these strange times around and ahead of us. Thank you.
Dougald, please stay. That was a wonderful opening. Please step to the center stage.
Thank you. All right. I don't get off that easily.
That was wonderful. Having worked with climate change for 25 years,
Yeah, pretty much.
I have too. So I'm just very moved by the message that you convey here, because it rings very true to me. So for the audience here, you've finished with your list of leaving and saving, etc. But in this room are most academics. We have some other representations from other parts of society too. Could you give them a sort of a send-off for these 2 last days of this 3-day conference, like a call to action, or maybe like a inspiring word based on your experiences here? For these, we talk about collaboration here. We talk about inclusion, and what could you sort of strengthen this team with, from your perspective? Because it is a difficult topic.
It is, absolutely. So people often ask when I've given a talk, so what should we do? And my first answer to that is always, there's no one answer. You have to answer it starting from your context, within your field, within your institution, within your local geography. One of the things that I think is going to be called for is universities getting more actively involved in building resilience in their geographical locations. And that's going to rely on the sharing of information and knowledge between different geographies. There are kinds of knowledge and kinds of practice. There are skills that you teach people in, that you research in, that are probably going to need to be used in other ways than the ways that we thought we were training people for, because we're going to find ourselves probably in worlds that look different to the future that we were promised 20 or 30 years ago, because climate change, amongst other things, and there are plenty of other things, you only have to look at the Gulf of Hormuz and the consequences that are going to flow on from the way in which flows of materials are being interrupted around the world right now. But there's lots of knowledge, there's lots of skill, there's lots of practice that can show up helpfully on the local level, on the policy level, in the kinds of worlds we're headed into. But I think that the other part of it is we need to make room for spaces of conversation within our institutions or within our local contexts where people can show up and talk about the things that they're frightened about, the things they're not sure about, the things that aren't making sense to them in the existing frame that we've been operating within, partly because a lot of people carry that stuff inside them without having somewhere they can talk to anyone about it. And there's a lot of energy that gets released. There's a lot of kind of relief. There's a lot of capacity that comes when we create those kinds of informal meeting spaces. It might be an hour once a week or once a month within a department or within an institution that's an invitation to show up and talk about things outside of what's on the sort of the stuff that is legible, the stuff that is in the curriculum or the research plan. And out of that, new ideas get generated, new possibilities for collaboration. And I know that because I spent a lot of my life holding those kinds of spaces, sometimes with institutions and sometimes outside of them. So I hope that's some help.
Excellent. There is actually a Swedish online version of that called Skavet.
There you go. Yes.
That you can connect with and talk about the dissonance that most of us do feel between reality and what we need to manage on a daily basis. So we have a gift for Dougald. It's a local gift, I was told, and there's also a local green something.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And here's the local treasure.
Oh,
yes.
Skultuna, yes.
And please don't forget to write questions to the speakers. I don't think you've warmed up already, but they will be fed into my iPad here. So now I'm delighted to introduce the next speaker who will bring a global perspective on leadership and education. Uday Salunkhe, he's Group Director of We School, this fabulous institution. He has long worked at the intersection of business, education, and societal development. He's been championing value-driven leadership in a very rapidly changing world. So please join me in welcoming Uday Salunkhe.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Appreciate it.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning to MDU team, to Sunrise Alliance team members, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Being in Sweden, being in Västerås or Silsuna is not something which is very new for me and my team as well. It's like homecoming. We always failed, or I'll come back to I always failed. It's such a great pleasure to get reconnected with the family. I'm sure many of you must be movie buffs. Like Hollywood, in India, in Mumbai, the parallel to Hollywood is like Bollywood. And Indians always follow two religions. One is movie, and second is cricket. And in movie, I'm getting a parallel that all popular old movies in Hindi language, which is the natural language of India, there used to be hero, heroine, and small one child, one son, one daughter. And probably you'll find in the beginning, probably over a period of time, they go to some kind of big congregation of people. Like you must have heard of Kumbh, right? Mahakumbh, wherein millions of people were there, or in some kind of festivals. And they go there, they enjoy, and they get lost somewhere. And after they get lost, they get reunited after a decade, 2 decades, or 3 decades. And that is the climax, very happy climax of Hindi movies. Because you can't make a sad climax. It will not work for your movie to be blockbuster. This story is something like that. Out of that family, small family, the twin, one is MDU, Melodalon University, and other is V School. Both these family members were born in 1977, same year, same age, and same, I'll say, passion and drive. And both these family members reunited in 2007. So that's the beginning of our journey in 2007. And the originator for that journey, I'm sure I've seen Sten and Annalil is here, both of them, who are the actual originator for this. And here I start with my first slide. You could see here in first, Sten, Annalil, thank you very much for being here when we started in 2007. And that journey is on. And the same first slide, you can see Krista is here. Krista is here, our old friend Damir, and everyone. Probably here you'll see in fact, Ileana is here in this picture with the Vice Chancellor. Thomas is here. And here as well, the other team members, last Global Impact Forum, which was here. You won't believe, but we feel so much like a family. And all of team members from MDU, whenever they come to India, be it in Mumbai, be it Bangalore, and not just kind of delivering lectures or some kind of mere student exchange, faculty exchange, but I will unfold the story over a kind of period of time and focusing one of the major product, which is ECR. But definitely moving forward, you'll really find if education is truly global, why does it still feel local? I'm sure all the business schools, universities which are present here, you'll have international programs, you'll have student exchange, faculty exchange, global partnerships. But still, when we get a sense from the students, they feel, yeah, we are globally connected, we have access to international universities, but still they feel themselves a bit local. Why it is so? So you'll really find, and Hine did mention about Amitabh Ghosh and global climate crisis. So you'll really find, when we're looking at it, the students who are entering into the world market today, the world market is not in silos. The world market, probably we need to see what is the core fabric wherein we should really work together. It's quite possible, as it is mentioned here, somebody may file patent in Bangalore, do research in another country, third country probably they will validate. And probably you launch a startup in the fourth country. It will be multi-stakeholder driven approach is bound to be there. And problems like this, when you're talking about climate change, I'm glad at least Sweden is so much ahead on the curve from SDGs of the world, Sustainable Development Goals, circular economy, and focus is so much. And there's so much for us to learn from Sweden as well. And we did some of the programs on that with the Swedish companies in India. But likewise, AI for good, how we can make AI or NATs of the world, new age technologies of the world, far more human, how we should look at ethics and governance point of view, the world is truly concerned. And likewise, when you look at geopolitics, the geopolitics is not a periphery of the business anymore. You'll really find geopolitics has come to the core of a business. Many universities, many business schools, they cannot go away of not to teach students about the contextual intelligence and the global context. The local context or any national context need to be known, but at the same time, far more is required is that global context. And likewise, supply chains. Recent all examples, we are still going through the brunt of what is happening with respect to disruptions in supply chain. Even in India, we are facing, everyone in the globe we are facing. So situation here is, as Fuller is talking about, we need to build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Moving forward, the name of the game, which we also feel, is not mere connection, wherein we move the information or we work across borders, but how one can co-create, how probably we can build something new together, and the partnerships as a lab. And taking forward this co-creation to co-production. Co-production, in fact, we learned from MDU when we worked together so closely. When we are moving in this, what would be the probably thought process? The thought process which we followed and which would be known from our name, it's V School. This we have recoined as a true essence or meaning point of view in 2008. Our full name is Pedinkar Institute of Management Development Research, based out of Mumbai, Bangalore. But somewhere deep down, we failed when we were on the journey of design thinking, leadership, innovation. We failed. I, me, myself is not going to work. It should be. We is a new I. And when we decided to do that, we failed. Normally, universities in India, 93%, 94% are self-financed. 6 to 7% would be funded by the government. And I'm referring to specifically business schools. So they remain in low risk, low opportunity quadrant. And we decided to move to high risk, high opportunity. It may sound a bit more like edupreneurial, but yes, it is so. That you have to look into quarter on quarter like any business. And that's the way we move there for the contemporary and relevant programs. And at the same time, looking into emerging reality, futuristic programs. Now, from that angle, when we move forward, we really failed the significance of IBR, investment before returns, is greater than ROI. Are we ready to put in from our side resources of multiple types, multiple kinds, and returns are, I'll say, our returns or consequence is definitely guaranteed. But if you don't do that, you'll find that ROI will term, or ROI will be like risk of inaction. Can you afford to do that? And we started moving with this philosophy of IBR is greater than ROI. And in this, the story is going to be SOS, like self. That self is an individual. O is from organization point of view, and S is from society point of view. This young gentleman was exactly here in similar kind of place way back in 2007. 21 years old MBA student from V School. And you'll really find when he came here just to get an exposure, international exposure. Because from India side, normally you'll find it's a question of affordability. But yes, The student has invested his time, definitely resources to some extent, and you'll really find the way in which he has learned the triggers or drives for the life skills from the same university, Milledon University here in Eskilstuna and Västerås, way back. Let's listen to his story as a small video.
Namaste. I'm Hari Krishnan Pillai. I'm the founder CEO of The Small Big Idea.
And a proud Pedinkar alumni.
We are one of India's largest independent ad agencies, serving the world. Speaking of the world, my first interaction with people outside of my country was back in 2007, when I went
As a part of the design and innovation delegation from Pedinkar to Sweden.
as a part of my role as a contingent leader. I was supposed to present to a room full of academicians and students about leading the India way. This was back in 2007. Social media hadn't done its job. We were still understanding the world outside through cinema and through news. It was an interesting experience for me. On one hand, I had 60-year-old academicians, and on the other, 20-year-old students. I had to ensure that even though we are culturally apart, the stories that I tell cut through to the audience, and everybody understands the essence of how leadership is universal. It was probably one of the most memorable presentations that I've ever done. The tension, the anxiety, the laughs, the claps, all of them were eventually worth it. Little do you realize as a student how such incidents and events change you or shape you professionally. For me, that would have been just one of those times when I went to the stage and performed to the audience. But what it very interestingly did to me was gave me the ability to deal with different cultures very effectively. And the proof of the pudding was when we were a part of a contingent in my professional life as a part of a television channel, doing an awards function in Singapore, dealing with over 300 people from across the world to host about 500 people from India. Or when RTL Europe came into India to start their TV channel. I was working with the team where there was a Swede, a Canadian, and a French colleague, and we all launched a very successful channel. Or today, when at TSBI, not only are we driving business here in India, but also in the Middle East and Africa. What you realize over a period of time is that education, interaction beyond borders truly change the way you view people. You start appreciating culture, you start appreciating different elements and facets of what they bring to the table. Some of you take initiatives to ensure that the next generation get to study and educate themselves beyond borders.
Thank you, Hari. So you'll really find actually almost more than 70 students did this Linus Palme scholarship. More than almost 30 plus teachers, faculties did, and both the sides. Swedish students coming to V School, Indian students coming here, and even during Staines days, maybe it was more like a destination Sweden point of view, things were. Now we're moving from that SOS to organization. How probably organization can transform the future as well. When we look at the coil is clearly, you'll find it's a multiple countries, partner universities, virtual collaboration. But at the same time, what actually happened? The students who are engaged, yes, but students sometimes move out because of time zones. And collaboration works, but collaboration works parallelly. So from that angle, one of the comment of the student is very much meaningful, that we didn't really collaborate, we just divided the work globally. So different groups are working like a global practicum together, but at the same time, is it so much meaningful? But when we redesign and kind of co-create COIL with Bamberg as well, in terms of real-life problems, challenges with the companies, and getting a meaning out of it made a lot of difference. This is actually our story with MDU. ECA, in fact, was a wonderful project of 11 Swedish companies trying to penetrate Indian markets, and students, faculty work on that, and parallel to model like your quadruple helix collaboration, and 4 successfully actually venture into India. And these are the kind of companies, real markets, real consequences, which did tremendous sense to us with multiple stakeholders. On this, all these 3 stories, clearly one shift, one insight, which is a V is a new I. And the important factor is what are we actually building together? And Indian government, just last week, on 16th of May, Economic Times carried news, the Ministry of Statistics and project management point of view, project implementation point of view, how we can measure knowledge, how we can measure knowledge products. And likewise, when we work together, it can give a push to Indian economy, or likewise to Swedish economy, and how we can work together. As Ileana mentioned about our Prime Minister, your Prime Minister as well, we are trying to work in that direction, certainly. This is a basic philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which India believes in. The world is one family. And as the message is very clear, the future of education lies in global learning ecosystems where universities co-create and co-produce knowledge, cultures, and transformative outcomes together for a better tomorrow. Let's build together, let's talk, and join hands with me. Maybe post this session, maybe after probably roundtable is over, and we'll be more than happy to work together because India is the future for the globe as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. So, just a quick question on the new developments between India and Sweden. The visit of your president here in Sweden, and what it might entail for the academic stages and the collaborations here that you were involved with.
So in the first place, India respects Sweden in multiple ways. Definitely, our Honorable Prime Minister is looking forward to working together on innovation in the space. India moved from almost more than 100th rank to almost below 40 now, in terms of innovation index point of view. And unicorn point of view, the number of patents getting filed to India has grown, I'll say, the quantum jump. And India is looking forward to how we can work together with the like-minded countries, like Sweden, definitely. At the same time, also focus is on quite a bit on sustainability point of view, where we all are looking forward to a better tomorrow for the mankind. And the practices which are followed by Sweden are worth really working together. And third aspect, definitely on manufacturing side as well. In fact, our Prime Minister and overall, even Indian companies are looking forward to working together with the Swedish companies, be it on Industry 5.0 or 6.0, how probably we can work together. And I'm sure both these countries are kind of already into merger of minds. Actions are already happening. But universities like MDU, V School, IIT Bombay, my other friends are there, and even maybe other partners from Sunrise, if all of us come together to address the common problems which are facing at a global level, it will make a lot of difference. It should not be just mere, and at least I'll say from my side, the actions speak louder than words. That should be the motto. Thank
Excellent. Let's have a gift for... And I know by now that there is some vegetables from the local lab, the farm.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
And let's move on to the third keynote speaker here. This speaker will bring deep insight into history, urban history, and archival studies. Dr. Salia Pedinkar is a distinguished historian and academic administrator with over 40 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership in the field of history. She's undertaken several significant research projects during her long career, so we're delighted to welcome Dr. Pedinkar to share her insights with us here. And there she is. Wonderful. Give her a warm applause.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Good morning to everybody. This is the way we welcome all people in India, and I would like to extend all the greetings from India to all of you here. First of all, let me begin by saying a huge thank you to all of you at the Maladalayan University for having me here. A huge gratitude to Dr. Salunkhe for facilitating this opportunity. And what I'm going to be talking about is history, the knowledge it has created, and how it will create further, and how all of this impacts societal change. So let me start off by that this paper that I'm talking about, or this work that I'm talking about, is related to the evolving relationship between history, knowledge, and societal change across several centuries. As you know, history cannot be in isolation. None of us can really be in isolation. We all are where we are because we need to understand from where we've come and where we're heading to. So this is a continuous dialogue between the past, the present, and the future. I'm going to start off by looking at a few historians and how they had worked out on this. Whether it was Salunkhe, the German historian, or Pedinkar, the British historians, the school of thought has evolved from there on, and now to the present, from social history to even digital history, and the threats that we will have to look at in the near future. Talking about Salunkhe and his ideal of objectivity, this started out in the 19th century when he believed and argued that all history must be objective and that the historian should describe the past as it really was. But that means the historian had to be neutral. He had to be an observer of what was happening and reconstruct the events from reliable written sources. Of course, this approach focused largely on what was written, what could be read, what could be understood, and therefore, it drew a large amount of facts from the elites, from the state archives, from those in power, from those who shaped the societies, from the victors, and from prominent and dominant institutions. From Salunkhe, we moved on as a historiographical path towards social history. And you see that people began to question Salunkhe's model. And there was a critique of this romance of the past. They argued that participants were equally important to historical events. One can't really be neutral all the time. This shift can be seen from moving from official records to more social history, lives of workers, industries, the women, voices less heard, the marginalized sections of people, and the subalterns. By the the evidence could be found through photographs, through films, through oral histories, okay, through personal experiences and documents, and all of this together would reconstitute the historical thought process. Family records, letters were now began to use as historical data. And then you have R.G. Collingwood's theory of thought, and he believed that history comes out, emerges from a very different model. All history was composed of human action, and all actions are a result of intentions. And all intentions emerge from ideas. So he says that the historian's task was to rethink the thoughts of the people of the past and to understand how they did and what they did based on what they thought. But this model was also criticized later, and it was believed that it needed to be better, more broad-based, more social, cultural history approaches need to be taken in, and therefore, socio-cultural history took over the political, military, and diplomatic ones. Finally, I come to E.H. Carr and his seminal work on what is history. This proved to be a very turning point in modern historiography. He drew from both Salunkhe's model and Collingwood's model. But he argued beyond that, and he said history is not a collection of just facts. The historian cannot be a mere neutral observer. It's a dialogue between the event and the historian. It's a dialogue between the evidence and the historian. So how does the writer perceive the event? How does the writer feel about it is very, very strongly reflected in how the writer writes about it. So when you get different perspectives on the same event. Just to give an example, when one talks about wars, or we talk about social history and two classes of people, the one who has an ideological bias towards one side would definitely give a different perspective from the other. And that is what E.H. Carr was arguing about. So he concluded saying that before studying history, we must study the historian. Then you understand from where that person is coming in. So the emphasis was on subjectivity and that all interpretations are equally valid. All of them need to be looked at collectively and together to make a meaningful impact. So the questions that a person poses, the historian's own standpoint on it, and the demands of the evidence collectively make a good narrative. He also pointed out that there are rational causes behind every event that happens. They could be political, they could be economic, they could be socio or cultural. And all of this need to be taken as a part of the development process. Developments can be interpreted as a part of a larger trajectory of social evolution, and that even this trajectory need not be common, need not be even, it can have contradictions within it. Moving on from there, so I argue that historical narratives actually shape the identity of societies, individuals, collective groups of people, and of course, we all know they shape politics. For example, we can talk about how the civil rights movement worked, how the women's suffrage came along, how abolition of, it could be racial discrimination, it could be slavery, it could be any other abolition, and in today's times, how environmentalism works, and what kind of changes can come about. And to put all of this together, we bring together memories from the past. Oral histories are something that is now really becoming big. It's making a very meaningful impact everywhere. Personal testimonies. An example that I quote here is from Salunkhe's model, the wars would be looked at as a geopolitical event of warring nations, their policies, their diplomacies, and their leaders. But you will have a completely different perspective when you look at memoirs of war veterans, their own personal experiences, and these will also be different based on whether they were war veterans of the victorious or the defeated. So all of these will now make an impact on social change. They reshape our memories, and these narratives become very important when we're looking at what kind of history are we passing on to next generations. Moving on to the current. We are now in a world of digital media. We are all in the world of digital history as well. When you're looking at history now, we draw a lot from what technology has to offer us. It could be the use of GIS to map historical sites, to map historical data, to recreate the spatial views. We can have virtual reconstructions of the cities gone by, of buildings, of artifacts, of museums, of archaeological sites. Okay? And this brings all of this, what is outside, into the world within the classroom or within this kind of a room. Text mining, I'm very careful when I'm using this word. I use it as text mining. I'm not calling it data mining. Okay? Because here in history, we are looking at text. So text mining and a network of all of these archives that are available to us at a click of button. Okay? All of these are very, very powerful digital tools that we are now using. These have certainly facilitated the learning of history, the understanding of history that we all have. Virtual tours, machine learning have created a lot of interest in people. And in fact, it's created not just interest, it's led to fascination. A lot of people get fascinated with what they see. Teaching and learning of these subjects have become easier because we're able to do all of that more easily. Tools are now available for all of this data. And so online classes, courses, simulations, all of this makes it far better. But yet, having said that, I'm going to use a phrase that was used in historical times, maybe in decades of the early 19th century or beyond. I call it the digital dark age. All of us have heard historically the phrase dark ages, where records were not easily available for study and research. Now, today, when we are using digitalized tools, can we also look at it as a digital dark age? And why do I say this? Because old parchments, records, documents are easily available. Stone carvings are available. What was written in text form is easily available. However, how much of availability do we have of very early digital records? If you recall, we all started off using CDs, floppies, pen drives, and a lot of data and text preserved on that. But do we really have it now? How much of it has got lost in all of that digitalized world that we are? They become unreadable in a very, very short span of time. So this digital dark age really threatens our records and how we are preserving them for the posterity. So as a historian, as a person with deep interest in history and maintaining records and archival data, it's important to understand how we need to go about from here on. Another threat that I see is about deep fake videos, voiceovers, image insertions. So we cannot accept what we see on screen, what we hear, as the final truth. We have to be very rational about what we talk. We have to be very selective from what we draw on. And as a good researcher, a person has to be careful about what is available, where is it available, where does it come from, and where does it lead us. So, in conclusion, what I would like to say is the role of the historian would be the role of a guardian of knowledge. We must both act as researchers and public intellectuals or public educators. A historian needs to understand and historicize current controversies, debunk conspiracy theories and misinformation, and translate complex scholarship into accessible narratives without sacrificing the finer nuances. At the same time, the historian must remain reflexive about their own positions and the limits of the available evidence. They must acknowledge the gap in the archives, the exclusion of a certain section of people, the exclusion of a few voices, and the way power shapes memory and documentation. So I would say history, knowledge, and change are deeply intertwined. History is not a neutral repository of facts. It is a dynamic process of interpretation shaped by the questions of the present, the position of the historian, and the evolving methods available to them. So from Ranke's idea of objectivity to Carr's emphasis on a historian evidence dialogue, okay, from the expansion of sources to the rise of digital history, the understanding of the past has transformed and will continue to transform. In this century that we are now living in, and this age that we are in, technology has amplified both possibilities and the perils of historical knowledge. On the one hand, digital tools have made archives more accessible, new forms of analysis have been opened, interactive, inclusive modes of engagement have come in, but on the other hand, the same tools facilitate rapid circulation of distorted and fabricated narratives. So, all writers, all students, and all serious engagement with history bears a dual responsibility: to push the frontiers of historical understanding through rigors of research, and yet to defend the integrity of historical knowledge against manipulation, myth-making, and erasures. In doing so, I think societies will learn from their past, imagine more about the futures, and we will be able to navigate a more complex terrain of social change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. I have a follow-up question. I just came back from the Transition Away from Fossil Fuels conference in Santa Marta, Colombia. Mm-hmm. And I was astounded by the amount of voices from indigenous people that was finally brought into this plenary in this conference. So what could you say? You mentioned lost voices that were not being heard in your keynote here. So what can you say about the importance of voices from maybe oral traditions from a historical perspective,
yes, of course,
brought into processes safeguarding the future? So what can you say about this connection?
I would say, I think lost voices or voices that are not heard have now found some representation in what they're saying. I give you an example on that. In the very, very early years of historical writing, we did not have any voice of women. Mm-hmm. Okay? We didn't know what women felt, what women did, how women thought. Okay? Now it's moved on. I would be happy to share that there is a branch of history that is known as culinary history, which talks about recipes of women in their kitchens and how society has learned out of it. So, this is just one representation of a voice that was not there and has now found its.
Excellent. There's an audience question here. Interesting perspectives, the writer states. Can you help us transfer your speech to the everyday work for us in the Sunrise Alliance, where we are working hard to trust, collaborate, and devise work?
Oh, well, yes, of course. I understand that the Sunrise is all about collaborative work of several universities here, and it's the collective thought process of what we do and how we do. As a university individually, as a set of universities in Europe, and maybe we can extend it to beyond Europe as well, to bring in all the kind of changes that we're talking about here, to facilitate how we have grown from where we were and where do we all need to go together in future.
Excellent. There's a gift for you, but don't go anywhere because we have a panel talk, a round table just after now. So there is your Skultuna gift and the plant.
Oh, thank you
so much. So maybe we'll just put it down
yes.
here for now and on the table.
Thank you.
And we'll invite Dougald Hine back on stage. And maybe we could have Malena one more table, because we're quite many of us. And also, of course, Dr. Salunkhe, please join us back on stage. And we also have two more guests sharing the stage with us here for the panel talk. I'm delighted to welcome Andrea Wiestendahl. She's lecturer in innovation and design and information design with a focus on sustainability, future and creative methods and thinking. It's a wonderful long title. And also, you're from the Department of Health Science, Innovation and Design. And Luva Liebert, where do we have Luva? Luva? There she is. Luva Liebert is chair of Mälardalens University Student Union and spokesperson for the Sunrise Alliance Council. Okay, so move on, so we can all have a table if you need to rest your arms or notes or water. Terrific. Malena, do I have permission to go for the break 5 minutes later? Because we started late this morning, so everybody gets a fair chance to have a say here. So there's a question that I'd like to start that goes to Uday Salunkhe. It came from the audience, but it came a little bit late, so I couldn't pose it to you. How do you see this relationship between We School and MDU? How can it spread and inform the Sunrise Alliance? Yes, you have a microphone. It's on already. Yes.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Am I audible? Yeah. My take is more the merrier. So Sunrise Alliance joining hands with us, I'm sure we can get insights into universities, which are, I believe, 9 universities are a part of Sunrise Alliance. So we'll be happy to join hands, and probably we are looking forward to, with respect to your local setting or local context, whichever challenges which we are facing, be it in India, be it in Sweden, be it in the respective countries. I believe there's France, there's Italy, there's Spain, and a couple of other countries as well, wherein Sunrise Alliance Universities represents. We'll be happy to pick up those pain point challenges and then work together as a kind of I'll say, the network of, I'll say, universities coming together. Maybe initially when Sunrise Alliance limited to Europe is fair enough, but gradually, if we feel a country like India can add value to it, because India is so much heterogeneous, and India is like multiple countries. With 1.48 billion population, you will have a phenomenal market future for universities, for the companies, for the nations. And that's the way we are looking forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was another question that came into that came a little bit late, so I didn't have time to pose it. The Swedish science giant Svante Arrhenius predicted already in 1896 the climate massacre. Society chose not to listen. Today and here you tell us academia today you are here to tell us academia what we need to do more. What do you provide in return? The writer writes budget cuts. So how do we maneuver around this difficult question of what we need to do and also the funds and the means to do it?
Yes, I don't provide the budget cuts. I think that's somebody else's department.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's a serious question. And I've worked with people who were part of the IPCC process from the very beginning. And, you know, there is a... Sorry, is the audio working?
It should on. Yeah, it's great, yeah.
And the sense of tragedy that people who have been involved in this for decades have, and of betrayal, because the IPCC was set up as a mechanism that was meant to translate directly from scientific research into policy making. And gradually, over time, there was a kind of dawning horror for some of the people who'd been there at the beginning of it, that the political end of that deal was not being held up. So there is, and actually, you know, part of what goes on there is a recognition that there is a gap between the official story that our society tells, which is that scientific knowledge is the real kind of grown-up heavyweight of knowledge, and what you discover when that scientific knowledge is saying things that are not convenient to the economic logic that drives our societies. And at a certain point, the climate scientists began to realize that their voices inside the COP meetings were not counting for very much more than the voices of the demonstrators outside. the COP meetings. So then the acknowledgement of the grief of that is one part of what I was trying to speak for. But then the question of, okay, so if it's not really true that our society values this kind of official objective knowledge that it claims is the highest kind of knowledge, what else is not true about the story, the official story that our society tells? And what mixture of us around the table do we need in order to begin, in the way that Sonali was talking about, hearing those voices that have been left out, retelling the story of, the story that's often been very complacently told, often told as a continuation of colonial trajectories of modernity that have simply been rebranded under development, when actually the relationship between countries has often continued to resemble very much what it did during the colonial times. And out of that, in the mess that we're in, because, yes, those early warnings about climate change were not listened to, we have to address something larger than the question of just how do we swap out coal for solar and pretend that we can continue with the way of organizing our societies that we've had. That's not happening, that's not going to work. But maybe we can create something else together, starting from in the middle of that mess.
Thank you, Dougald. I'd like to turn to Andrea now. From your perspective, you have worked with sustainability and design and innovation for quite a while. And we've spoken already in the opening that collaboration is key here, collaboration and co-creation. So what role do you see the university needs, the role that the universities needs to really sharpen and develop to facilitate this?
Yes, thank you. So the role of the university has many specters, of course, and I think that we are trying to realize now that it's not just about what the knowledge and the facts that we can give to the students. It's also about how do we collect these kind of how do we collect this knowledge, and also the kind of capacities that the students need. So it's the tools that you need to be able to tackle the futures. And so how do we look at those? And then in that sphere, we also need to have some kind of a way to acknowledge or take in the societies that we have around us that have driven us into this mess that we're in, and how can we reframe this? How can we together and also invite the students to be part of this quite actively, and also bring in the history and the learnings from the past to elaborate on this on multi-levels. And that also includes different ways to imagine the futures. And so we need to practice our sense of imagining. And that's one of my takes.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm turning now to Luva. The student perspective, Andrea said. What could you add to this? What do the universities need to develop when it comes to collaboration and co-creation?
I definitely think you're onto something here, and I think it comes down to seeing students as a type of resource rather than some kind of empty vessel to fill with your knowledge and everything that has come before them. And acknowledge that something that can happen in a classroom can be a give and take. Like, the teachers can learn just as much as the students, but it's going to be different things. It's going to be the different voices, the voices that haven't necessarily been heard yet because they have been young. They haven't gotten to that point yet. And I think that perspective is very important to have, like, to look over the conventional way of pedagogical practice in classrooms. The chanting teacher giving all of the knowledge to the student. I think that modern schools have to have a very different approach to that. And I don't necessarily think maybe we've achieved it yet. There's going to be new ways that don't exist yet. But we have to be open to it. And sometimes academia can be a bit slow and bureaucratic, and it takes a while to change these kind of things. And it's a very ingrained culture. It's been around for thousands of years in many places. And yeah, we need a shift. Yes, of course.
Yes, that also on that point, on that note, to kind of how do we engage students? How do we make you're curious of actually also, we'll talk about hope later, but to really engage you, to be part of that transition, because it's really your future that we're talking about. So how can you feel empowered and feel that this is something that you can do? Yeah.
Katrina,
Yes,
may I reinforce to
Absolutely.
Andrea
Go ahead.
the role of university? I really get a sense role of university has to be like an aggregator, when the university must get industry, must get government, must get civil society, and multiple stakeholders together. They can't sit in the ivory towers and probably do preaching. And the teacher also need to really see that the students to be engaged, very rightly as you mentioned, engage them with the real life problems, not mere kind of giving a knowledge or knowledge dissemination. And the role of a teacher in the classroom is more like orchestrator than the sage.
Yeah.
And definitely universities should bring on the table kind of living labs, which I'm sure MDU is already engaged with, living lab kind of thought process to solve problems. And I'm more than confident students will be always engaged with respect to attention span goes in the classroom. They'll be far more than happy to be in the marketplace. The classroom need to be not really four walls of the classroom, but classroom is the marketplace, classroom is the nature. That's the way we should look at it.
Thank you for
May
that.
I add to that
yes,
too?
go ahead, please. This is all what it's all about.
No, I think Andrea was very right when she said, the teacher dominant classrooms were the way we taught in the past, but we need to recognize that the teacher is now a facilitator.
Yeah.
The knowledge comes from students as well, and we as teachers need to be very receptive to understanding what the students know and giving to them what they need. Rather than us believing as teachers that this is what they want, we need to engage a dialogue in understanding what is it that is required and realign our thoughts to deliver what is needed. We need to create the students who are going to be the young force in the next 20 years, not what we believe, what we were maybe 30 or 50 years ago.
Thank you. That was actually a question I had for you, but you were one step ahead. So excellent. We are in a very difficult time in history. We're all very aware of this, of course. So how do we stay on track with our sustainability focus? Climate is, of course, the overarching theme and problem, but we have so many other topics to address. We have biodiversity loss. It's all connected with the climate change, of course. So how do we as in your roles at the universities, how do we really stay focused and even accelerate speed when the world is so crazy around us?
See, it's a paradox. The world, you will find, invest billions for conflicts, but world doesn't have money for climate change, education, and to support the world. It's very paradoxical. But my very strong sense is only sustainability can prevent the future conflicts. It's a very loaded statement, but I do believe that. And education and education universities are definitely competent to build the peace infrastructure, because the future wars are going to be fought over, be it water, be it energy, be it food, and you'll really find even displaced people. So we need to be very conscious of how the world is going to be moving forward. So every admission in any university is a bet for the future. And we should be very conscious that nurturing their mindset or nurturing growth mindset is the name of the game for the future. That's the way I believe sustainability can play the role for the future.
Thank you. Dougald, your reflections here, please. Do you have a head mic still on?
I do have a head mic still on, so it should be-
Yes, I
Yeah.
just realized there is not. It's not a hearing aid. It is actually
No.
the device here on the side. Yes.
Yeah.
Your reflections, please.
Well, I mean, I'm standing here as the person who works outside of university. So
That's why I want to hear your perspective.
Yeah, and I'm thinking. One thing I can say is invite us in. Bring in people into the mix of your conversations who are working closer to the ground in smaller scale institutions. I was talking with somebody who I've known a long time who works with philanthropic funding recently, and she said, the philanthropic foundations now talking all about we want to fund communities and we want to fund movements. And she said, so what do you think about institutions? Because she said, philanthropy has almost given up on institutions. And I said, I think institutions still matter a great deal. But I think that some of the institutions we're going to need in the times around and ahead of us won't look like what we thought institutions looked like. They might not be as big, or they might not have buildings on the scale of the buildings here. And I remember I was invited to a process around the future of the university that Kerry Facer organized when she was here in Sweden as Professor of Climate Leadership at Uppsala. And she brought 20 of us together, and we were each invited to name an object that we would like to have in the university of the future. My object was the kitchen table. Partly because my partner Anna Björkman and I, we run a school called Home, which is a school that starts from the conversations we bring together around our kitchen table. There was a woman who was a generation older than me, who was an anthropologist in a university, who was in the same discussion I was in. And she said, when I started out in university, that was the scale of an academic department. Academic departments were relatively autonomous. They weren't controlled and managed from above in the way that has become normal now. And the heart of a department was a group of around the size that can sit and eat a meal together in one conversation at a kitchen table. So we may need to loosen up again and figure out a new version of that in order to have the flexibility that's going to be required for all of the challenges that we've all been talking about here. So those are just a few clues from the outside.
Could that be a digital kitchen table too?
Sometimes, absolutely. And yes.
Andrea, reflections on that, please.
Yes, so exactly. I think I'll move a little bit of both of you, bring in that, because we are facing the polycrises. So it's not just climate, it's democracy, it's wars, it's many different things, and justice. So, and they are interconnected. So with that in mind, we need to kind of think that what brought on this, it's a system that either we're withholding or we're even reinforcing if it's economic growth we're still working with, or neoliberal forces. So we really have to consider, do we want to be just seeing the transformation or maybe some collapses and things going on and react to them, or do we want to be part of changing it ourselves, taking the space of inviting the different actors here to the different universities to tackle these things together? So we need to ask these questions and not be afraid to see these future issues, because they will be messy and they will be slow and they will be complicated. But I think that if we exactly find these spaces that are secure and try to build these trust places, that things can happen.
Thank you, Andrea. I'm looking to Luva again. Do you have any kitchen tables here at MDU that do you feel that this space is here, or how can it be developed?
I think we're moving towards it, and I think that's a very positive thing, a change that we've seen the past few years, where you do realize, if we do acknowledge the fact that we learn from each other in every direction, even in academia, then there's such a reality in students realizing that their voices matter. And if their voices matter, they think they can make change. And then they can, because it doesn't have to be a lot more complicated than that usually. People think that they can do change, then they usually do, because they can't help it. They start at home at their own kitchen tables, and then the kitchen table gets bigger, and it changes. It's colleagues, it's lunch at work, and it's different people around you all the time, and you influence your friends, and then they go home to their kitchen tables, and there's a very big chain reaction of changing your little space of the world to a better place. Then that usually makes the world a better place. And it doesn't have to be on such a grand scale every time. Sometimes it's your neighbors, it's your friends, it's your colleagues. And that's enough, because it spreads. People want to have connection, they want to help each other. And if they learn that they can, they're given the voice, that they need to have forums where they can be taught this. And I think academia is a really important place for that.
Thank you, Luva. In my world, hope, the word hope is, it's actually, it's an adjective. It's a muscle. If you don't use it, if you don't practice, it's gonna be completely shrink. So, what is the role of universities? And I'm turning now to you, with your historic perspective, bringing into this topic here. what is the role of universities to foster hope in these difficult times? Can we learn from history in this transition? You mentioned the abolition, the suffragettes, etc. What is the role of universities here to foster hope?
I would say I think the universities play a very, very major role in facilitating these changes that she's talking about, or Andrea is talking about. It's about, the pace of change probably might vary from course to course, university to university, but yes, at least the dialogue needs to be opened at every level. What we can do as universities is try and bring something that will create global citizenship, something that will bring in the factor of hope. And I think with hope, I would bring in 3 Ps: peace, progress, and prosperity. That would be all over the world. The pace, I'm sure, is going to be different, but it still gives us hope for that.
We talk about the just transition, of course. This is crucial.
May
Yes,
I come
please.
on the board?
Yes, please.
Before we could expect from the universities about hope, the 3 factors, and the first factor Ileana mentioned in the morning is a trust. Second is shared matrix, and third is humility. We need to believe in the trust. When I'm looking forward to our relationship from 2007, it's quite possible the country like India in 2007, almost 2 decades back, was not really so up in the marketplace. Global South as the terminology has come now. People used to call that as a third world countries, which was a bit more demeaning. But today, those countries are far ahead on the curve in many aspects.
You're leading the way in electrification globally, by far.
So somewhere, the trust, shared matrix, in terms of who are the stakeholder, industry or university working together, industry may look forward to revenue, top line, bottom line. Maybe university look forward to lifeline, which is more important, critical. And at the same time, we need to be humble enough in the universities to learn from any kind of stakeholder, be it students, and students are the best guides, be it even your staff, be it in the marketplace, from the community. And like quadruple helix, I'm sure quintuple helix people are talking about with the more environment coming into picture. So those are the factors. Somewhere deep down, I feel hope is a discipline. It's not a naive optimism. The discipline need to be practiced like a muscle building, and it won't happen overnight. So somewhere deep down, universities have a tremendous role to play in terms of solving real-life problems. But I think that trust factor need to be raised substantially to begin with.
I like that input very much. Thank you. Salia, you're working with something called HEADS. I'm sure it's an acronym, but it's a focus on sustainability. Could you please tell us a bit about this project? Because it's exciting.
It's also it's a course, a global course on sustainability, but also very much these kind of competences needed for the future. And I would say this was for staff, but it's one of our staff that come from YMDU who actually founded it. But it's global, so it's teachers coming from all over the world, and it's digital. So at this occasion, it was 140 participants, and they had some big lectures, but then also many smaller groups where we worked. So I was working with people from Kenya and Bangladesh and Finland and Sweden in these smaller PBL groups, and it was very valuable actually. And I think these kind of sessions where you really get to question what is sustainability for different people in different spaces in the world, and what are their capacities to even bring up when they might not even have the possibility to bring food to the tables in some settings. So what is the learnings from the South, for example? This was very interesting because you have had I'm saying you, but I mean many different places have had more experience of actually meeting crises. So there's a lot to learn from understanding how to tackle crises that we might not have. But this is just some details. But I really highly recommend these kind of ways because I think it's very important to include staff at the universities to feel empowered and included how to do this sustainability work or holistic future work together. And so it's not just some add-on in their courses that feels pressured. Me as a teacher, I can see that there's tension, and we need to kind of talk about that, how to solve that in a better way. And I want to add as an add-on that when it comes to hope, it's not really just about being optimistic. It's, as you were saying, muscle. And I connect it very strongly to the ability to imagine futures, the ability to imagine alternatives. So if we can't put focus on the future, because much in academia is connected to what we can prove, but we have to also work on how to understand different alternatives so we can actually work towards those futures that we want. And I really want to press, and this is also a lot of theory that has come in, about how we put more focus on both practicing our imagination, but also on the future so that we can move forward in that direction.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We need to conclude, but is there any pressing feeling to talk about a collaboration that we're missing here, or any co-creation that you would like to see in place looking forward to 2030? You talked about the smaller environment, the safe zones, also talk about dissonance. Any other suggestions here, Uday?
First, I feel we should believe in we, not I. So joint credentials of multiple universities, irrespective of geographies, need to come together. That is one. So in terms of that network of teams point of view, so degree is not only from one university, it's from multiple universities. So the stakeholder, like students, they would get immensely benefited, and they will be in the position to solve not only local problems, but the global problems. And the role of universities definitely need to be radically inclusive, because there are still so much of haves and have-nots, and gaps between kind of people who are blessed and people are still below that kind of red line. And if the topic of this, if we wish to see that education without borders means by 2030, probably we need to see how probably talent anywhere can access opportunities everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Salunkhe, would you like to add?
What I would like to say is maybe we need to have collaborations to create intellectual diplomacy or academic diplomacy, so that, you know, all our institutions, universities across the world, everywhere, turn into neutral spaces, allowing people to grow. They become centers of wisdom, so that this collective peace and hope that we are talking of would be more achievable and eventually sustainable.
Thank you very much indeed, all of you, taking part in this panel. And now there is coffee waiting for you, or tea outside. And we start again 20 after sharp, please, because there's a big agenda for us to follow. So thank you very much again. Thank you. Welcome back. I am the daughter of 2 teachers, and I know we have a lot of academics here and also a lot of students. And I moderate events every week, and I see this process of people having it. It's more and more difficult for people to stay off their computers and their iPads and their telephones during conferences. Yes, the QR code, I assume you can download in a few seconds. And just, please, for the sake of this very well-prepared event, try to stay in the room, not on your digital devices, unless it's something that is really, really imminent to take care of. Okay? Now I sound like exactly like my parents being teachers, like, pay attention, pay attention. All right. Moving on now, we are in for a wonderful session with wonderful examples from different parts of this collaboration here. And we're going to start in the green. We talk to Monica Udlare, and she is working with the farm, the lab, the farm, and some of the guests, the speakers, have already gotten some brown bags with something, a gift from the farm, and it's a great way to present this project. You're a professor in environmental engineering, and you work hands-on with solutions such as vertical farming. You might have even passed the farm when you walked in here, and turning sustainability into something practical and scalable. So please join me in giving Monica a warm welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So very nice to be here. So my name is Monica, and I don't have any slides, but I would rather now present a little video that we have created that will give us a little bit example of what we're doing in the farm. So we can just start it. My name is Monica Udlare, and I'm a professor in environmental engineering, and I'm the founder of the farm. Here we work with circular food systems, so how we can grow food by using fewer resources and by reusing water and nutrients and even carbon dioxide. So instead of wasting resources, we try to turn them into something valuable, and that is fresh, local food. This is a controlled environment agriculture, and that means that we can control almost everything: the water, the nutrients, the temperature, the lights, and even the carbon dioxide. Here we have tanks filled with water that we mix the nutrients in, and then we let the water flow like this, a little bit downwards, so that all the plants get access to the water. Growing plants this way is very beneficial because it's incredibly resource efficient. We can reduce the water use dramatically, we can avoid nutrient losses, and also grow food locally, close to where people live and work. It also means that we can grow food in places where traditional agriculture is very difficult or even impossible, if it's, for example, is too cold or too dry, or even in outer space. And we don't use soil, we use growing tubes that are made out of rock wool. And here you can see that the roots are standing directly in the water, so they are dipped into the water and nutrient solutions so that they very, very efficiently can absorb both the nutrients and the water. We are already demonstrating that this works in real life and not just in the lab. We're collaborating with municipalities, schools, and companies to test how circular food production can be implemented in the society. We're also developing advanced sensor systems that allow us to monitor the water quality, the nutrients, and the plant health in real time. So this means that we can start adapting how we grow food based on actual needs. The impact that we hope to achieve is that in the future we can take this one step further towards a truly intelligent food system. With our sensors and digital tools, we can tailor how we grow food by adjusting nutrients, water, and conditions to optimize both quality and sustainability. That could mean producing food that is not only local and resource efficient, but also tailored, for example, to be more nutritious or better suited for specific groups. Why not astronauts in a space station? In the long term, we can address much bigger challenges like food security, climate resilience, reduce the dependency of imported goods, and also reduce the environmental impact of our food systems. We want to make the world a better place. They're not only nice to see, but they're also very nutrient dense, our plants. And they taste good and they smell very good. So even if it hasn't been out in the sun, it's still very, very rich, both in flavor and in smell. So this is basil, one of my favorite herbs. So would you like to try one?
Yeah. So that's the farm. You're all welcome to take a look. It's right outside here, actually. We grow food in many places here, but we have occupied several rooms here at the bottom floor, but that one is open for visitors to come in. So what I wanted to show here is that this is, to me, not just a research lab. This is actually what I think is a glimpse of the future. And I think this is where we are heading right now. We need to close the loop in the society, and we need to change the way we are thinking. And everything is connected, and that's why this is so important. Water is connected to food, food is connected to energy, energy to climate, and climate is connected to us, to human health, to how we live, how we breathe, and how we can function in the society. So I think we all need to be ready to change in this world, and to how we look at food, how we look at water, how we look at resources. And to me, all water is one water, and that's closely connected to food. And no water should ever be considered a waste. We should always think of it as a resource. And I think that's why this is so important. And to me, the impact actually comes when the research can contribute to how to change something, that we can make a real change in the society. And I think that that's what we want to show right now, that this is working, it's functionable, and this is what we think that the future would look like. Because I think that future is not something that just happens to us, it's something that we create. We create the future, and this is our contribution for the impact of our future. Yep, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much indeed, Monica. And this part of the program, we were saving the questions for the roundtable. So please write questions to Monica if you have questions about this procedure. And I'm sure I have two at least. Very exciting. And now we're going to move on and talk about more about water treatment and the IVL project here with the Mumbai municipality. And it's my pleasure to introduce Rupali Deshmukh. Rupali is a sustainability professional with a deep expertise in water, wastewater management, textile sorting also, and recycling, and resource efficiency for a cleaner production. And it's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you. Can we pull my slides, please?
There you go.
Okay. Perfect. So before I start, I would like to say a few words about the organization or the institute I come from. I represent IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute, or Svenska Miljöinstitutet. So I am based here in Sweden, but I go once in a month to India because I head IVL's India operation. Swedish Environmental Research Institute was established in 1965 by Swedish state. And now we are owned by the Swedish Foundation, which is owned by Swedish state. So we have around, in Sweden, we have over 500 employees. We have scientists, social scientists, engineers working with us. We present the broad environmental profile. So we work from air till soil, everything. We do a lot of AI integration in all our different projects. We work on digitalization. We work on like LCA, life cycle assessment. And then we also have different subsidiaries. I don't have time, but I'll try to take you through brief profile. So what IVL do, we combine R&D with a close collaboration with public and private sector. Our assignments are evidence-based, and our research is characterized by interdisciplinary system thinking. And what we are doing, we are driving transition to a sustainable society. And how we would like to do that? We don't believe on linear processes. So we want to eliminate the linear processes and switch to circularity. We want to bring science into reality. IVL works on applied research. And we don't see any environmental problem as a problem. Rather, we see a lot of opportunity. As Monica already mentioned, any kind of water we do not see as a waste. You can recover the nutrients, you can recover the energy, and also you can reuse the water after some kind of treatments. So IVL, as I mentioned, our headquarters is in Stockholm, Sweden. We have 4 offices in Sweden. Then we have an office in Beijing and Wuhan in China. IVL's India operation I head, so I am a CEO of IVL India as well. Our office is in Mumbai. And then last year, we have acquired CV's Wash Vertical. And that's why we have office in Bagoda, that is in Colombia, and Amman in Jordan. And all our Wash colleagues came from CV, are now working with us. I would like to mention about IVL's Costas Worket Water Innovation Center, or it is very hard for foreigners to mention or say right way Costas Worket. So we say Swedish Water Innovation Center. It's the world-leading R&D facility for innovation and water treatment, which is owned by us. What we do here, we have collaboration with Chalmers and KTH, and of course MDU we are evaluating. Hopefully we'll have some kind of collaboration with you. We have a lot of PhD students, and we work on the real wastewater. So, Sweden's biggest wastewater treatment plant, Henriksdal's MBR, were tested in our facility. And we brewed a beer from our wastewater treatment plant. And that became a really hot news in Sweden, as well as when Prime Minister Modi came first time here, and when our king went to India. So the purest was in the news. Okay, so quickly about IVL's India operation. IVL is working in India since 1970, so we know very well Indian landscape. This is the slide I want to show because all are the authority except IVL. So IVL got this place because of our work in India. And we have been acknowledged as a key Swedish actor in India's sustainability space from Sweden. Okay, now let's shift to IVL's project in Mumbai. So, Mumbai generates around 300 MLD of sewage water. But today, I'll talk about today's scenario, only 150 MLD wastewater is treated. And that too with a very primary or not so advanced secondary treatment. And what impact that is creating? It is ruining their water resources, marine water life is in a danger, and public health is at a stake. So, this is alarming. So, now Mumbai is taking a big step. Mumbai is the economic capital of India, and is undergoing a major reform in water wastewater management, and government is making a significant investment for to handle a wastewater in Mumbai. So Mumbai, now we have this 7 STP project which were inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. It will have the advanced treatment, it will have the 50% water reuse. The sludge will be converted as a Class A sludge, and the biogas recovery, nutrient recovery facility will be there. And why I'm showing this? Why IVL is connected with this? So IVL is working. IVL India is a fully owned subsidiary of IVL Sweden. At IVL Sweden, I have a country manager role for India, whereas in IVL India, I'm a CEO. And that's why I go once in a month to India. And we have this prestigious project with Mumbai municipality, where we are providing a project management consultancy, where we are supervising a throughout value chain from building till commissioning part of this project. So, as I mentioned, we are providing a technical expertise in wastewater transformation, Mithi River restoration. Mithi River is the very prestigious river for Mumbai. Whoever is from Mumbai here, I think IIT is here, and Mr. Salunkhe is here, so they could acknowledge this. And we want to support SDG 6 and SDG 14. And we want to help India's transition towards SDG 6, and that's why we decided. Sweden is a very small market. Wherever we have the base technology, base knowledge, but we need a bigger market if we want to create a bigger impact, and that's why we have chosen India. Same way, government of India is also putting a lot of efforts, and that's why they have a lot of budget or a huge budget for those projects. Mithi River Rejuvenation project is a very important project for Mumbai, the economic capital of India, where the project will highlight or reduce the risk because it is a coastal city. So the flood risk is high, so it will reduce it, it will improve the storm water management, there will be a saving of wetlands and several other things through this project. And after delivering those projects, what we will have the impact? So it will benefit 24 million residents of Mumbai. So it is a double the population, or rather more than double the population of Sweden. So it's a huge impact this project will create for the people, for their health, for the environment, because as I mentioned, it is a coastal city. So till now, most of the water, wastewater, was directly dumped into the sea. But now it will be cleaned, and then the clean water goes to the marine biodiversity will be saved. Now, I would like to mention few things about the bilateral project I am running. This project is funded by Swedish government, and Prime Minister Modi was here on Sunday. Prime Minister Ulf, and they had a really good meeting. As I'm a part of this project, I was around, and whatever input we have given in this project that were included in a joint action plan. So I was very proud of myself that it is coming to the reality. So Government of India, as I already mentioned, has made the water as a national priority, committing to record the investment to secure for the country's water future. And Sweden is also very proud to support this vision. And that's why Vinnova, our funding agency, Swedish funding agency, commissioned IVL to carry out the detailed feasibility study of creating some kind of center or a center of excellence, bilateral center of excellence, Sweden, India, focusing on water. And the goal of this, what I can say, the center will be to bring the Swedish innovation and researchers closer to the Indian site to co-create a solution which is suitable for the local condition. What we have here will not suit India. India is like a huge, it is a continent, it's a huge country. And every 100 kilometers, the climatic condition change, language change. So language doesn't have to do anything with the water crisis, but there are many diversities across India. And that's why we need a local condition and local knowledge to integrate and create a local solution. And that's why this platform will do that. And where it started. So this was started I would say last year. That government of India, I have already mentioned about this co-creating solution. So we have been given a pre-study to carry out a pre-study of establishing some kind of center or some kind of center. That time the theme wasn't clear. But when we carried out and we made several actors here in Sweden as well as in India, we carried out a detailed market analysis. And then we have been told that we had a last meeting with principal scientific advisor to Prime Minister Modi, and they said, yeah, this should be there, but theme should be water, because India need urgent knowledge and urgent technologies in water sector. And that's why when I came back, I reported to Vinova that this has been asked by Indian side. I met different IITs, and Vinova said, okay. And then they had an internal discussion. And then last year, we have been given a second assignment by INSAM Group. INSAM Group, I think you must be aware, it's a all Swedish funding agency chaired by Vinova, then Formas, Forte Energy Agency. And I have submitted a report last week, and I have prepared the summary report, which was included in both the Prime Minister briefing. And that's why both the Prime Minister said there is a need of establishing some center for academia, for researchers, come together and co-create a solution for local condition. It is not only for India, it is also for Sweden, because I have got some knowledge from India to Sweden in my Gotland project, and which was acknowledged by Swedish actors. So I am very happy to be here. Thank you so much. And if you have a question, I would like to take those. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Rupali.
Thank you.
And we'll come back to you with questions in the panel that is after the next presentation. And the next presentation was supposed to be from Anil Kumar Dixit and Indra Kant, but we have not heard from them in a few days, unfortunately, so we hope they're okay. They're not here, obviously. So we need to move on into the next part of the program. And the next speaker will be Francesco Fatone. He focuses on circular innovation, and you're professor of chemical and environmental engineering, and you explore how technical solutions can be integrated into broader systems and connecting innovation with societal impact. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So yes, I'm full professor in engineering in Università Politecnica delle Marche in Italy, but today I am Sunrise researcher because I am proud to be leading the World Packaging Research in the Sunrise Alliance. So I'm not back home and so on. It's the first time here in Mälardalen, but I'm a member of the Alliance. So I feel home because we are all colleagues, as we are saying in these days. Today I'm trying to say in 10 minutes, so it's a big effort, what I'm doing in my work, what I'm saying to my young colleagues, you never have to feel in your comfort zone. Because you feel in your comfort zone, you're not making an impact. So when I'm with my colleague scientists, they say, you're not doing science, you're doing application. When I'm with the engineers, they are saying, you're too much theoretical. That's my place. I think I am in the right place. It's not nice every day, years and years, but that is the right place. Well, I'm a member of Water Europe in the European Commission board for the Water Framework Directive, And I'm also a member of the Environmental Impact Assessment Committee in the Ministry of Environment. So this kind of mix in one person is the basis of this presentation. Well, circular economy, it's a lot that has been done over the last years. The new Circular Economy Action Plan is under discussion at the European Commission level. Different definitions have been said. I like very much, not the one that is very technical, that is my job, resource recovery. I like this one because it's mixing really the complexity of circular economy. The answer is not easy, and we have to think about what we can recover, yes, but also the link between biodiversity, nature positive, and impact on society. So in this direction, of course, we are working as engineers in technical solutions. In particular, my activity is in resource recovery from wastewater systems. But we are interfacing very much in our, especially in our innovation actions at the European level, with the broader areas. We are interfacing with the business managers, we are interfacing with social scientists, we are interfacing with the general public and with the stakeholders, these big word stakeholders. Now, everything is much more efficient. Why? Because we have many more data coming from the digitalization where we can be science-based. You know, before this, we didn't have data from the environment to show that we are making an impact. Digitalization is making a change. And it's difficult for us that are not coming from computer science part. I'm looking at my colleague from computer science. So that's the challenge that we have to tackle to increase our social impact. Now, very recently, I was honored to be rapporteur for European Commission. What I did, I have analyzed the full Horizon 2020 program, more than 100 projects, more than 500 million euros, towards the impact on the water resilience strategy, in particular the objective 2, that is resilience, but including the circular economy, supporting the EU competitiveness. That's the new strategy now. You know, everything green, whatever, yes, but think about the EU competitiveness. While analyzing all these projects, I went out of my own, my own research, my own activity, and I was assessing all these huge results by mainly 4 areas: technology readiness level, social readiness level, but also organizational readiness level and the legal readiness level. The result was very interesting. And well, when we presented this to the European Commission, to stakeholders, but also to politicians, I will go back to politicians later on in the following slides, this was the result. I mean, you know, if we take the pyramid of what we can recover from wastewater, I'm also secretary of the International Water Association Resource Recovery Conference. So there we are discussing, we can recover whatever from water. We have technologies. But after 30 years of work, we have the new directive in Europe, and there is almost nothing about resource recovery. So all of our work after 30 years of projects, hundreds of millions of investment, in the new directive we have phosphorus recovery, we have something about nitrogen, but all our results are not translated in the directive. And be careful, the directive has the target of 2045. So for the next 20 years, this will not be a priority, because there will not be a legal driver. Why? Because we didn't think enough about legal and organizational readiness. Water utilities are thinking about water treatment. They're not thinking about circular economy, climate change. It's not their main target, unless we put them into the broader system as ordinary work, not as extraordinary and marketing. That's extremely important. So with this in mind, I need to have a focus, because this is the broad part of our activity. Let's focus on one of the resources that we can recover, that is water. Well, Italy is in the Mediterranean area, and if we analyze the water that we are reusing from wastewater systems in Italy, we reuse a very small part. We are the brown part in this graph. For many reasons, not only for cost, efficiency, but for the lack of trust of people and stakeholders. So they are not trusting that we are delivering good water for reuse in irrigation. Why? And when they say, look, everything is tracked and traced, we have the certification. No, we don't trust this. Okay, I am a scientist, we don't trust science. What do you trust? That's the challenge. That's the challenge. The challenge is to increase the trust in public perception, because then this will push the policy and the politics, both. And in this direction, I think this is our role. This is one example. When I was invited by the Senate, where our national law for the water scarcity was discussed, and I was giving my advice in a formal occasion, what we should do on water scarcity. The month after, we had the new legislation. So that's an impact. The impact is being there, not only with the policy paper. We are producing so many policy papers out of our projects, but formally, to see something that is in the acts. And they have to take this into account because it's official. So with this in mind, what was the approach? The approach was, look, my research area is water reuse, is resource recovery, but I'm not telling you that this is the solution. I'm telling you that I am one of the possible options, and you have to be science-based, scientific approach. This is what I presented there, what we did in one province. We are in the central part of Italy. All water balance that was not clearly available everywhere in Italy. It's logic, but it's not available. And then I told them, look, these are the possible options. Bear in mind, my point is wastewater reuse, number 5. But maybe in many areas, what I'm doing is not of interest for you. So let's consider all together, and let's call, if possible, the specialist. In water, there is not one specialist. There are the specialists that then should get together to a clear water plan. So this was the implementation of the circular economy concept applied to water. And the discussion moved to, okay, can we do what you propose? And I was very happy to show the link between innovation actions and implementation. So back in 2018, we wrote this project, is one of the examples, Digital Water City, where we were linking digitalization and urban water management. In different parts, we were responsible for the alternative water sources. In particular, we have been working in the city of Milano, where we were digitalizing the full water system from the sewer up to the reuse at a demo scale. So we talk about a large treatment plant. For Italy, it's large, of course. Maybe not for India, it's 500,000. But this scale is a large plant for us. And in this, we demonstrated that thanks to new processes, data that are coming and validated from digital technologies and integration with the farmers that initially were not trusting us, as many others, we can close the cycle by providing safe, that's the key word, water for reuse, even in Milano, where it's not a water scarce area. But in the following years, they had water scarcity. So after the project, we delivered excellent results in terms of technologies, in terms of papers. So we satisfied our ego as a scientist because we were publishing good papers. This is what we needed to produce new knowledge. And very importantly, we were focusing the interaction on one side with stakeholders. So we were producing tools for the farmers to show clearly on the data how much their productivity could be impacted, but also how much they were impacting on the carbon footprint. So the welfare nexus that was mentioned at the beginning today was quantified in a simple way, not in the way that we wrote in the papers, in a way that stakeholders and farmers can understand. But still, citizens were skeptical. So what did we do? We went up to the schools and we developed a serious game where the citizens, the local citizens, they could play with the numbers to calculate the environmental and carbon footprint, linking these to the place where they were living. So they were first in the plant, then to the farm, and then they were using this serious game. Finally, even in the primary school, this was extremely efficient. So the question is, okay, was it replicated somewhere else? No. We think that this is efficient and effective if you develop it and you have data from the place where you live. If you show this as I'm showing this here in Stockholm, okay, it's nice as knowledge for scientists, but it's not effective to overcome the social barrier. So further to this, what was the challenge? The real challenge was, okay, guys, now we have to analyze health environmental risk. That's the challenge. Now, water management is risk-based approach, is following risk-based approach, and there is a new regulation at European level that I think is one of the most advanced in the world, where health and environmental risk is clearly mapped how to monitor and manage risk. So, in the project, we delivered the first water use risk management plan at full-scale level in Italy. This was successfully delivered. I will skip these slides just to show that very good papers were published in high-level journals. And after a couple of years, what we delivered in that demo, funded by Horizon Europe, was the basis to develop a new water use risk management plan in other parts of Italy, from Sicily to Marche to Puglia. So clearly is an immediate follow-up. We didn't need 10 years to go from that case to other cases. And all these were funded by public utilities, governments. Was nothing about public funding for research. So the way we think research, I think that research has to be considered by the research output. Otherwise, it's too much theoretical definition of research. So, few examples about this water use risk management plan and the impact. The impact is not only to deliver new knowledge, but also to go to the public officers to support the officers to deliver permitting. So this is the first permit of water use in Sicily was done thanks to the knowledge that we delivered in a European project. And here you see the way we translated the knowledge in a permit by finding a compromise with the officers saying, okay, now we authorize for this level of water, and then we monitor, and we try to continue in this direction. Water use is not only for agriculture, it's also for industry, and the last example is about what we did in Ultimate Water. This was a huge project where a lot of tools were used, the community of practice, co-creation, playbook. And in particular, you have the link here. We found a clear barrier in this project. That was the lack of engagement of water authorities and water utilities in innovation projects that led to limited policy uptake. So, to overcome this, we followed up directly with water authorities. And as you can see, after that project, we have delivered the same concept in potential water use in Ferrara area. So this is another example of what seemed quite difficult to be implemented, but then reached the full scale. So with this in mind, the conclusions are that, well, we have to talk to politicians, always keeping the point of having data, being science-based, but sometimes we have to find compromise about what is in our papers and what is the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Fatone. And we're now going to talk a bit more about AI, an AI education platform that's called Pladra. And we have with us Joachim Flink. You are dubbed the Swedish AI pedagogue, and you're a pioneer in this field. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I do my for the environment with bringing my own cup.
Excellent.
Yeah. It's very nice to be here. Thank you for the great food and to be able to speak. And you know, I'm not going to have a PowerPoint, so I quote my kids with saying, if I can't have screens, you can't either. So flip them down. And I also talked to the French delegation, and they said, please don't talk above our heads. So I won't. I'm going to do it very basic with paper. Yeah, so Zlatan Ibrahimovic, he said, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. He even tattooed it on his legs. And he's the greatest soccer player ever from Sweden. So what does he mean by that? It can mean very many things. For a student, it's very clear that if you fail in university, it's if you have not enough numbers on an exam. But for the university itself, it's very few universities that think about, are they succeeding or failing? And I think it's very clear when a university is failed. It's when the students don't learn what they need to learn, and they don't believe in their own possibility to do an impact in their future fields. And that's what Platter wants to solve. And how we want to solve that with universities, or we actually solved it already with universities, is very simple. We have three aspects of it. One aspect is that we, very much things here. One thing is that the university must own their own sovereignty. Digital sovereignty, physical sovereignty, they must own it. You can't give it away. The second thing is that you need to be able to make the student learn. Not just with ChatGPT, for example, not just give them the answers, you must make them learn. It's very important. And the third thing is that the students need to be well. They need to be happy, they don't need to be sick, they need to be very, very comfortable in their environment. So how can this help with that? This is also recycled, so it's okay. It's like Disney princesses. This is a data center, correct? It looks like that for everyone? Super. Everyone who doesn't have the screens up can see that. And then we have some images here. It was my wife who printed them for me. So this is the best she could do with image from internet. It's OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT. And this is something called CLUD in Sweden. Have you seen it before? Yeah, I don't think it has a name otherwise outside of Sweden. Like something with paper or something. So, right now, this is how we do it. We have a data center at OpenAI or Google or Microsoft or whatever. Is that digital sovereignty? No, apparently not. Where would we like to have our data stored regarding AI, regarding student grades and whatever? Where would we like to have it? Do we like to have it on the Canvas cloud that got hacked with 200 million users? No, probably not. I think it's very simple again. As the French people said, do it simple for us. We want it here, right? At MDU or at your own university. Or in Europe at least, if you're European. To make it a very easy example, it's not about just digital sovereignty, where you host the data. It's also about how you use it. Because the same AI you use to make a mail or a product plan isn't the same that the students should use to learn something. It's totally different, right? Yet we give Copilot to the students, but it's not made for learning. So it's crazy. We just give them stuff without thinking about it. So have an easy example. If I ask ChatGPT to paint a picture of Mona Lisa, or teach me to paint a picture of Mona Lisa, it's going to give me a picture like this. I'm not going to learn to paint Mona Lisa like this, not from that picture. So if I ask Pladra, or other pedagogical AI tools when they come, I hope there come many more, then it will say, okay, Joachim, please start with a head. Oh, very nice. Then maybe some hair, and then maybe some eyes. And Mona Lisa also had a smile, a typical smile. And then it teaches me to make this. Great, right? It's not Mona Lisa, but I learned something. I grew. So I both grew in my knowledge in the field of drawing, a bit at least, but also in my trust in my own ability to make something. So that's the importance of university. We're here to foster young people to learn and believe in themselves. I cannot build a solution to create better water or save the environment, but if I help 1,000 students to become a bit better, then they can do it, hopefully. So it also relieves my pain. So it's very easy. Where do I want to put this? On ChatGPT or on my own cloud that lost its name? Answer, please. MDU, of course. Poof, down there. It's too hard to put it down there because my daughter broke it. She just breaks stuff. But it's in there, I promise you. And the best part is, with AI involving, then more and more can be here. So with Pladra, all the transcription and also text-to-speech can be done in your own device, your phone or your computer. That makes even the most secure and private information you got untouchable for the Americans, I almost said, but the big tech companies. And this innovation that both help with the student well-being, and I didn't tell you how to do it. The well-being is done that every AI message is analyzed by a local model that says, okay, this student is feeling a bit unwell. We connect it to the guidance counselor or the principal, whoever is responsible for that. And also we have group chats, so we can also see tendencies to bullying. And that's very important, If the student don't feel well, it won't perform well. And if it won't perform well, then you have failed as an institution. So it's very basic. So this made us win a super big award at the BET Education Summit in London. And that made ASU, one of the world's biggest universities, said, this is a no-brainer, we want this. So, we have the world's biggest university, we have a couple of very innovative and high-prestige universities in Sweden, and a couple other places. But I don't think you should choose Pladra. I think you should build your own solution, you should choose something that is good, but make a choice that is based on pedagogy, because that's what you're here for. You're not here for just pushing in Microsoft Copilot, because that's not made for education. It's very nice if you want to go fancy dinners with Microsoft, but otherwise, it's no meaning with it. And also, I think that Pladra also does it, but you should also have stuff for the faculty that is easy for them to use. Because right now you have Copilot, probably many of you. And then super users like me, we can write stuff, we can prompt, they're super mega nerds. But people who are not data scientists, they maybe, I quote one now, they said, what should I write to AI? I have nothing to say to him. And that's quite many who thinks that. So we need to have applied assistants that make it easy for you as a maybe researcher or a project leader, just put in your summary or put in your data, and then you will get something out of it. It should be easy. So, stuff shouldn't be so hard, but we should at least think about it, not just go with the flow and take the first best solution. I think I'm all done, right?
Excellent. How exciting. It's not every day. It's not every day you get Disney packages on stage.
I can take those.
I liked your very low-tech presentation here. I'm just going to make some room. Please, Rupali, join us again, and Francesco, and also Monica, for a little panel. No, you're staying. Panel conversation. And I know, Francesco, you need to leave at 12:30 sharp to make your flight. So come over. Oh, we have chairs. I didn't even notice. Please, I'm going to sit on the side so I can see all of you. Thank you. We have some questions from the audience, but I'm going to start with just an overarching, what reflections do you have after having listened to each other? Is there anything you'd like to ask the other fellow panelists, or just sort of bounce back from what you heard?
I have a question, because what you mentioned, will that fit for the India's diversity, India's magnitude? India is a vast country, it's a very big country, and the capacity of each STP is 500 MLD or more than that. So would that solution will suit? Can we propose them? Because I really want water for all. So what is your take on that?
Thank you very much. Actually, some of the proposals that I have evaluated in my assessment for the Commission were the EU-India proposals, and these were in my portfolio. What we found as a result is that, as you mentioned, the cultural specific peculiarities that we have locally have to be taken into account. So in terms of approach and water use risk management procedure, these are replicable. Because, are replicable in North Europe, in South Europe, we are all Europe, but we have different local needs. But in terms of local culture, of course, we have to fit for purpose the communication. One of the modules there, the last one, is the communication. So the communication has to be adapted to the local stakeholders and local citizens. So I'm positive, for sure, in terms of scientific approach, the data management, but the module 9 has to be adapted.
Terrific. Yep. Any other reflections after having listened to each other? I'm curious, Monica, to you, when your reflections when you listened to Francesco here in terms of the water recycling. I mean, you run a different lab, so to speak, when it comes to water, but there is water involved.
Oh yes, I mean that's the purpose. That's actually what we built it for, was to have to reclaim the wastewater and then to use it as irrigation, because I think that the technology is there. There is absolutely no reason now why we should not use wastewater for irrigation, and I think it's very important now that we update all the regulations and all the rules that we have regarding that. And so I think that to see it in that sense, I think it's very, very interesting to see those projects and to see, because it's super relevant.
Yeah, from my point of view, I have two questions. One is for you, Monica, because what we did to communicate with farmers and citizens is very basic. We did something more complex, but then we understood that we were looking at us like
overwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we understood that we needed to be simple. Why? Because we didn't have your expertise. So if you were talking to them, that was much better. So do you think that we can improve the way we communicate the environmental benefits that this kind of agricultural practice can bring to the society, to farmers, by bringing them to the treatment plant, to your lab, and then showing them that this can have a value beyond, the economic value, because quite often there is no economic benefit in circular economy if you don't valorize the environmental benefit. So do you think that this communication can be?
Yes, I mean, definitely. And that's I think that is a problem right now, that it doesn't really matter, because we produce results after results after results, and data and research publications, but it's still such a resistance for this, and it's all in our head, I think. The problem is up here, that the culture and social factors, that we are not ready really to drink. If I would give someone a tomato, say this has been irrigated with reclaimed wastewater, they probably wouldn't eat it, even though it's completely safe. And I can show them, well, we did actually treat the water before, but it doesn't matter, because it's so strong, those opinions, and they overall usually all common sense. And I think that's also why we are trying now with our farm to open it, to open the doors, open the windows, to show people to come inside and taste and smell and feel and learn. But I think there's still a lot to be done. I think.
No, but I would like to add to what Monica said. We really wanted to change the mindset. So we brewed a beer from wastewater, reclaimed water, and that was the fastest selling beer in 2018. We saw also in Almadolan. So it was praised. But but that was alcohol. But if someone comes and give you a water, then there will be something, oh, seriously, shall I drink or not? Have you cleaned it? Are there microplastic? They will ask you 100 questions. But alcohol was very easy to sell from the wastewater. And after that, I have received several inquiries. Can you brew a beer? I said, oh, come on. I am a researcher. I want to sell how wastewater can be recycled, not want to brew a beer or not to sell alcohol. But yeah, the mindset we need to work. So right communication is very important.
Thank you, Rupali. I mean, this is a very diverse panel, but water is a sort of a common theme because AI uses a lot of water, right, Joachim?
Not my AI.
Not your AI. Of course, this is a more local version. Thank you for clarifying this. You have children, as we clearly saw from the Disney attributes here. So when you hear about this recycling and the growing of food, because it's basically about recycling nutrients. What goes into our body, comes out of our body, needs to be put back into the system, right? So would you worry to consume and share? What thoughts do you have and fears? From my perspective, I'm thinking pharmaceuticals, hormones, and also, of course, PFAS, the forever chemicals that might be present in the pesticides, that we eat them and that they sort of circulate back into the soil. So what do you think about the water treatment process here that the three colleagues on the panel work with? In different aspects.
I'm a super AI guy. I like everything future, so I think it's very good that they do something about the environment. You should ask someone who is scared of PFAS, Bring it on.
You're cool with this?
Yeah, cool with this.
Excellent. So another overarching question here, what do you see lacking when it comes to bridging the gap between innovation and society here? Because this is actually what we touched upon already. Fears of innovation being implemented, innovation that we really need to scale in terms of saving our planet and our health and etc. What do we need to scale in this sort of dance between the different steps here, innovation and society?
We have to take more risk. We have to be a bit more open. If we want to innovate, we really have to be very, very open. we have to take a risk, and which sometime I feel we are scared of doing something new. We restrict ourselves, we have the boundary, and we don't want to cross that boundary. And that don't allow us to innovate more. So now I think the country like India is learning from Sweden, because we also stand on an innovation index too. So, they are learning and they are trying to adapt. So we really have to go in forefront and take a risk more and more to innovate more.
Thank you. Any other comments on this?
I'm not with water, but in my field, it's like, what should the IT department say about this? It's always another aspect that's not relevant, because IT department should support learning. In this case, there shouldn't be the opposite of it. And I presume it's the same with environment. What does this part think about this? And we can do it because of that part.
No, but AI could help water conservation. AI could help how we can reduce the water. How could we minimize the water usage? Where are the leakages? So because I have integrated a lot of IoT solutions in my water full value chain. So there is a scope for AI to work with water
IoT
sector.
as being Internet of Things, just because maybe not everybody are familiar with this lingo.
Yeah.
Correct. So Francesco, I know you need to leave. There's a specific question to you here from the audience. Do you think desalination will solve all the problems of freshwater scarcity as it is in abundance? And if not, why?
Yeah, that's...
You get that question quite often, huh?
I will pose an example, because in the Ministry of Environment, I'm responsible for data centers. And, what you mentioned is extremely relevant. For water, we have solutions, dry cooling and so on, but for energy. I was in Berlin a couple of weeks ago, and we discussed with the locals, the Berlin Committees for Water, that are very good friends, and we have also collaboration within the Alliance. The impact on data center that we will have, they are planning, there is some plan and discussion, to have a desalination plant to provide water to Berlin, that is not, south of Italy. Why? Because there is an increase of water use due to digitalization of the data center. So, we should consider that now, to produce 1 cubic meter of water from seawater, we need 2 to 5 kilowatt hour. Exactly. Okay, and then we have to transport this to the point of use. So 2.5 only for uptake and treatment. So it's more 5 than 2. Although who is selling desalination is saying that it's 2 to 1. To reuse water up to the quality for data center, and I'm evaluating investment of hundreds millions.
Does it have to be potable water too?
Yes, you have to achieve more than potable water. But it's still less than desalination. Why? Because the elimination of salinity is the challenge, the dissolved salts. So before thinking about seawater desalination, let's think about desalination. It's still desalination of municipal wastewater, industrial wastewater, because it's cheaper and it has less impact.
Thank you. It's about narrative here. There's actually sort of a tip here from one of the participants here. It says it might help not to call it wastewater, better to talk about reclaimed or saved water or something similar. Rupali?
Yeah, I think, we should start not using wastewater. We have to rephrase in a better way. So I agree with that. And what he mentioned, I really feel he's 200% right. So desalination of seawater is not a future for us. Wastewater.
It's not the solution.
Not a solution.
No.
Some regions that is the only solution. I mean, in parts of the Middle East, and they're running into problems now with the energy crisis. So they're lacking water because they don't have any energy to run the desalination plants. So that's another story. There's a specific question to you, Monica. The way of growing food in such an environment is very interesting. Has the financial and environmental cost of this way of production being compared to traditional production costs?
It is, first of all, we use much less water in our plants. We use less than 1% of the water that is normally used to produce a plant. So, and also we can also minimize the nutrients, so we only use exactly what we need. So if we would implement it, I think, in a system thinking where we can also reuse the excess water, and I think it would definitely be much more economically favorable, I think. because we can grow plants all year round. We're not limited by bad weather or heavy rainfall or winter. We don't need tractors or harvest machines. And of course, there are limitations to what we can grow right now. But this is the right way to go. It can never replace outdoor agriculture, of course, but we can at least use it instead of importing vegetables that we do like we do right now.
Monica, there's been a chain of supermarkets in Sweden that has had this process, and some has been okay, some not financially. What can you say about this?
It's a difficult market right now. I think unfortunately, many startup companies dealing with this has gone bankrupt the last few years. And I think it's because even though there is such potential and such benefit, our society is not really ready. And I know that some of them are already in the supermarkets, and we collaborate with those companies. They actually built our unit for us as well. But I think they should be everywhere. They should be in the schools, in the office buildings, in the hotel receptions, exactly where people are and work. That's where they should be. And they should be simple solutions and easy to use, easy to manage. So we really should think about closing the gap between the consumer and the producer.
And how do we do this?
Yeah, that's
it's $1 million question.
That's a $1 million question. Yeah, no, but we're trying, because we are in our research project right now. We are collaborating with schools and hotels and estate owners. So at least they are interested. So we will start now we'll start moving all our growing units from our labs out to the real world, and then we'll just test it, and hopefully we can get some new, like a good showcase, and it can spread after that.
Rupali and your fellow colleagues from India, do you have these procedures in India? The vertical farms in small spaces like the farm?
Means I live in Sweden, so I'm not very familiar and work with the wastewater in India, but I have heard there are vertical farming.
Yes.
They are working on that. There was one EU project where KTH and I think it was IIT Mumbai or IIT Delhi, they worked, and my colleague was part of it. But I do not have much information on that.
Well, this needs to grow. Yeah. Pardon the pun. So, Francesca, you need to go, because I know there's a 12:30 Cinderella moment here.
Many thanks. I'm very sorry about that.
Yeah. That's okay. Thank you very much. Please give Francesca one hand.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
We have a few more minutes to go, and there's actually a question for you, Joachim, that I'm going to reframe slightly, because it's a little bit too bang on, but it's about the financial situation here. How do you make money on a platform like Pladra? Because you actually said that there should be many platforms like this globally. So is it a financially viable project?
Yeah, of course it is. If you have it local, then you control it, and if it learns students instead of giving the answers, it's a very valuable value for it, of course. So this is a very good solution, because in Sweden we are very used to cook soup on a nail. So our product is built for being as cheap as possible and still deliver the value. So it's good for the environment, and good for the wallet, and good for both us and the customer. So super good market. But don't start in the same field as me.
Do it slightly different.
Yeah.
Okay, great. The question to all three of you, maybe more specifically to Monica and Rupali. If you could wish for a joint student project in your respective fields, they're both connected to water, but you're more in the farming perspective, what would that be? Monica?
We had one project already where some students built one of our farms for us. They had like a very small budget, and they could actually build something super fantastic that's working very well, that actually grow the herbs that we deliver to the restaurant today. Yes, what I would be interested in if maybe grow more protein in the indoor plants, because if we would try now to feed the ever-growing population, and we have so little water in the future, we cannot feed the world with basil or lettuce like we're growing now.
And the animal agriculture consumes
very much water. So
water.
if we could find more sophisticated ways to grow protein-rich or even insects, something, larvae, something, that could maybe potentially replace that would be very interesting to look into that.
Excellent. Rupali?
For me, I would say I would like to, because I work with a lot of students from KTH and Chalmers, and I really want to taste a wastewater treatment plant which is 100% energy neutral. So something like that, or maybe some new technology which could reduce the sludge volume drastically. We have several, but some innovation in that area could benefit around, like, entire world.
And would you say there's a momentum now because of the Hormuz Straits situation? We see the lack of chemical fertilizers coming in. And if you're able to recirculate the nutrients, so maybe there is a bit of a momentum here of actually taking back the phosphorus and putting it into the soil.
Actually, this is an eye-opening situation for all of us. Like, we have energy crisis, we have nutrient crisis, and what better than wastewater or recycling, co-digesting. We have a lot of waste, solid waste, organic waste. If we go for co-digestion, we can not 100% solve our energy crisis, but to some extent. Every drop is important when we are in such a crisis. So I think it's an eye-opening situation. What we have in our hand, those are the low-hanging. Just catch on that.
So there's no rest for the weary, huh? We just have to keep on innovating and collaborating. Before I let you go, I'm going to tell you a little bit about lunch, because it's related to Monica's project here. We will be enjoying lunch, because we know the brain consumes a lot of energy, and we've been active in this room with our brains. The theme for the lunch is food for a sustainable world, of course. And we will sample some herbs from your lab, the farm. And it will be, of course, be seasonal, very local, very, very local indeed, and planet-friendly. And the rest of the menu is also very planet-friendly. And it's going to be served in the house across the University Square. So just follow the lead of Dennis, who's waving over here. And of course, don't forget to visit the expo. You might have noticed there is an expo outside here. Don't dwell too long, because I would like to have you back in time. We start again at 2 o'clock. And thank you for paying attention and for taking part of this. And a warm hand to the panelists.
Thank you. We
friends in the audience, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. We know that some of it came from the local lab. I thought that was really cool. It is now time to turn our focus to one of the most important players in this room, the students, right? Because global impact doesn't just come from institutions, it comes from the people in the institutions. And you, as students, are not just future leaders, you're already shaping the future with your innovation and your passion. So this is going to be a very exciting session. We're going to listen to 4 different groups of students, projects that are dedicated to innovation, and it's mixed teams from MDU and other European universities, and there's also industry mixed into this work. Really, really exciting. And these teams have been working together for 2.5 months, and this is now the big moment where we're going to hear about what you worked with, right? But before we start, we have a winner in the room. Well, you're all winners, obviously, but we have a winner from the Instagram contest. So where do we have Shaba Alaydin? Where are you? Yes, come. And Shaba is the winner of the Instagram photo contest. And I know you have prepared 3 slides, and you get a microphone. Here you go.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Alaydin Shaba, to be easy, Aladin. I'm a student from UNIFIM, Polytechnico delle Marche. So I am excited here to share with you the contest of this competition. So the winning photo, it's mine. So the student lifestyle photo competition was launched to capture the authentic day-to-day experience and vibrant moment of our campus life. Its goal is to highlight student creativity and showcase to the diverse stories within our university community through visual storytelling, giving incoming and prospective students a real glimpse into the inspiring journey that awaits them. So that's it. Thank you.
It looks pretty nice in Ancona, right? So thank you for that contribution. So we're going to start with the first project here. It's called Occlusion Resilient Target Tracking in Maritime Environments. That's a long title, so I have to read it again. Occlusion Resilient Target Tracking in Maritime Environments. And it's based in this project is based here in MDU. And the project focuses on developing camera-based tracking systems capable of maintaining reliable target identification in complex maritime environments. So we have a team that's going to join us here presenting this. So please give them a warm hand. Oh. Microphones, you can have one each if you'd like, so you don't have to switch between you. Oh, there are so many of you. How wonderful. Well, then you just spread out the microphones. Okay. All right. And please send any questions to the speakers. We're going to round them up at the end. Not the speakers, but the questions.
Hello. I'm just waiting for the... Okay. So, good afternoon. We are today to presenting the Occlusion Resilient Target Tracking in Maritime Environments. I know a lot of big words. I even need to read them, sorry. But the main goal of this presentation is just to... We are trying to use maritime videos, we are trying to use maritime data to be able to keep and track the movement, the path, and of the vessels, of small vessels. In other words, in our use case, the main objective is to be able to when an occlusion occurs, when we lose the visibility of a small vessel, we can be able to re-identify that vessel, and it's just not a new object, a new boat appearing in monitoring systems. Before going to the presentation, I will introduce the team, explain a little bit of context, the main challenge of this project, why this project was so difficult for us, some idea of the solution, and I will pass the floor to my colleague to explain some demos and the conclusion. So, to start and introduce the team, I will start with me and my colleague Ivan. We are two master students for Instituto Politécnico of Viana do Castelo, we are here today with this project. We have also two MDU students, Lana and Alex. We have also two students from Poland, Serhi and Annalena, and we also two students from France, Anas and Karim. So, as you can see with this beautiful map, we are an international team constituted by different students, different institutions, different universities, different backgrounds, ways of thinking, ways of resolving problems. That's a good and a bad thing, of course. After all of this, we are here to present the work that we could make in a more international way of doing things. Sorry. So let's go with a small context for this one. I will have a limited time. I think I don't need to explain who is ABB or what company or what their focus. Everyone here knows ABB. It was our industrial partner. And I'm putting this slide here because I think it's important to say that this is not just a computer vision, abstract computer vision project, another subject that we are doing in university. This is a real problem in real life. We have these meetings with ABB, they have this problem, they want to see how fresh minds, like people in university from different backgrounds, we have master students, first year students, and so on, they want to see how can we resolve these problems. And of course, they're expecting a reliable monitoring system from us. They're expecting good results and operational awareness in our project. So let's start now with the problem and challenge, and I will try to make it a little bit simple to explain it. To put this in practical terms, imagine that we are looking at sea. We can see different boats, different vessels, different ships. And for us, as a human observer, it's simple. We can just see a ship going around, and if he goes behind, for example, a big yacht, and he appears a few seconds or minutes later, for us, our brain can immediately tell that it's the same ship. We don't need to think a lot about that. But for a monitoring system, if you are a camera, for example, looking to a port, identifying millions, thousands of ships, it's a little bit hard to them. If the old vessel or small vessel appears again, they will just identify a new object, a new boat that appeared out of nowhere. And that's really the main problem of our project and this use case, because to have a reliable monitoring system, we need to be able to identify old vessels, vessels that disappeared for a couple of seconds or minutes. And that's the main idea. And it's simple, right? I tried to explain in a simple way. I think everyone could understand it. And usually simple questions also ask simple answers. Oh well, no, that's not the case in this presentation because I really don't like this slide, and I'm honest with you because this slide is just beautiful. We have like 4 bullet points explaining this is hard, this is difficult, this is hard. But to be honest, we maybe need a video of everyone spending hours and hours testing just to improve a little bit the results at the end. And now I'm here trying to explain every single difficult part just with 3 bullet points. But okay, that's my job today, that's what I want to do today, and I will try it. So let's go. Let's start with the base. We need a detection. We need to be able to say to our cameras, they need to detect vessels. They need to understand that's a boat, that's not a plane or a person. Okay, so we have different boats. We have big boats, small boats. Boats are far away, are close to us. Okay, a lot of constraints. We have weather, conditions, really bad conditions, rain, sun, even sun is hard because of lighting. We have the wind, more constraints. We also have small objects, bridges, something that can partially hide those boats, and it's a constraint also. And I can stay here all afternoon talking about constraints, the angle of the cameras, every single thing that does not help our case. But this is just the start. This is the detection part. We are here explaining the tracker. We need to be able to track the vessels and to say that the vessels, the vessel that appear after being hidden for a couple of seconds is the last vessel. And this is another problem, another 10 bullet points of problem that I will not go around because I don't have time for that, sorry. But this is just the point of the iceberg. The main problem for us, it was the data. We don't have the lack of data. It was a big problem because this is maybe a simple question to put in hands if you have millions of videos or access to millions of videos of different conditions of time, different angles of cameras, different ships, different boats. It will be easier, but for us, it's just not search on Google and search million videos of that. We don't have that data. We need to work and to find a solution, and I hope we can bring that today for these problems. So, solution, it's simple, I hope. I think I can explain it in a simple way, or at least I'm trying to convince you that it's a simple solution, I hope. So, what do we have? We have a video input, a real life camera footage, or digital scenarios, and I know this part of digital scenarios is, I'm talking about this and I didn't explain it because it was somehow how we tried to get better results because we don't have data. It's the main problem I talked about. We don't have data. We need another way to try to test new cases. So we went with digital scenarios. So our system has maritime videos and digital scenarios. We receive the video. Our system can detect, the baseline strong detection, can detect those ships, those vessels. After that, we need to do something, or the system needs to track the movement and to predict where the boat will appear again. If the boat on a frame appears in that location, it will then, we will recover the continuity, so we can re-identify that ship and say that it was the previous ship, it's not just a new object. So I will finish my part, I will pass to my colleague, and I think we'll explain a little bit of the demos.
Now we can start it, sorry. In the both videos, we can see the side, the left side, that's the original video, that's the input, and the right side, we can see the results. It was two ships, the small one disappeared behind the big one, so now we'll see a prediction, and after we can play it, and we'll see after the occlusion if they say it's the same predicted ID. We'll wait a bit, because the occlusion has different times, and one of the problems that we have is also we couldn't control it. That's why we moved to the more controlled lab setup, the one that we know exactly the time of our occlusion, and it will be easier to see exactly. It should appear. Can you put the end of the video, like when it appears, or we can go to the next one. That will... Yeah, and this one is it's a bit more clear. We have two ships. We try to identify them. They have similar components. It's trying to recognize both of them, but in the end, the model will try to recognize the correct ship from it. We can see both of them are trying, and after the identity, if the fragmentation is there, but it will be after recognize it. And in conclusion, we can say we built a prototype for a maritime occlusion recovery. The main limitation is detection quality, but the next step are like improving, validating, testing more, and additional contextual information to support our tracking system. So the key takeaway is that we transform the occlusion problem into something visible and measurable. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations. Of course, this will have implications on safety and other big important aspects of maritime shipping and travel. So let's move on to the next group here. It is called One Stop Shop. You're here already, excellent. This is a student project. Where'd you go? This side? Yeah, have your bikes. This is a student project here at MDU, where you've been spending a year in Albania while pursuing your master degrees in computer science. So the aim of this project is to design and develop a digital platform that connects students, researchers, and also companies in one shared place. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us today. We are excited to present One Stop Shop project, which we have been working on over the past few months. Before we start, I'd like to present our team. I'm Charlène. Can we move the slides, please? Oh, thank you. I'm Charlène, and I study computer science at the University of Technology of Compiègne.
And I'm Johan. I'm a student at MDU here for computer science as well. And behind our back is our amazing team that is working with us.
Woo! To begin with, let's look at the problem we're trying to solve. In Sunrise, it can be difficult to find the right information because the network is large and is spread across 9 universities. For example, if I am a student and I have a vague idea of the internship I am looking for, then I would need to go through different websites just to find out whether such an opportunity exists or not.
Let me take myself for example. When I came here at the beginning, I was a student, like most of us here. I was searching for internship, I was searching for hackathon, but there was a lot of information and I didn't know where to apply. I didn't know what to expect. And there was like not much information and not at the right time. Because for me it's important the timing. And even if I apply, I don't know if this information will go to the correct person or will be transferred to the AI of that company. So with all these things in mind, we're trying to answer to the next question.
So the main question we tried to answer was, how can we find Sunrise opportunities faster and connect directly to the humans behind them? This is where One Stop Shop comes in. Our solution brings all the information together in one place. It's a centralized gateway that gathers all the information from all the universities in one single platform.
I'll take myself again, for example. I want to apply in another university. I want to apply in France, for example, or I want to apply in Poland. I want to apply for an internship. I want to apply for a hackathon. But there are a lot of information and I don't know where to choose or which one to choose. So what we are trying to do here is gather all this information in one single place. So it will be easier, more friendly user for everybody. But not only for students, also for companies and also for the academic stuff.
Moreover, we made the experience much smoother by adding search and filter features so that the users are only a few clicks away from what they are looking for.
So for example, when you try to find a lab, when you're trying to find infrastructure for your project, or even if you try to find like students to work with you, you need only the keywords, you need only the filters, and you have different category when you can apply for it.
And finally, One Stop Shop provides direct contact information so that you can contact and connect to the human behind it in a fast way and in a direct way.
So in this case, I will take one of the academic stuff, for example. I'm not taking myself anymore. Let's say you're a teacher and you want to do like extra infrastructures, or you want an extra lab, or maybe you want to extend your PhD. So what you need to do is going to be more easier. You're going to apply directly with us because your application will be sent directly to the recruiter. It's not going to be through the AI team. It's going to be through a lot of process, but directly to the recruiter. So in this case, it will be more easy for you. But as I can see the audience, I can see a lot of students, I can see a lot of companies, or also researchers.
Yes. Hello, One Stop Shop team. My name is Enzo, and I work in the city of Hine, and as a company, I wanted to know how can my job, my internship offer can reach your students.
Thank you, Enzo, for your question. I appreciate it. And I believe, for example, since you're a company, you have a scope. You are narrowing it down. For example, you are an AI company, so you are searching for computer science students. So what you can do, you can use our filters in our website and our category. So in this way, it will be more easy for you to find students that are matching your criteria. And I appreciate your questions. Yes, I see another one in the audience over there.
Well, my name is Brice from Free University of Bolzano. I was wondering, talking about academic stuff, how can I monitor and manage efficiently the available offer?
Thank you as well for the question. I appreciate it. For academic stuff, it's almost the same as well. We're trying to be a friendly user and to involve everybody so everybody can access it. So what we're trying to do for you as well is the same idea. You would log into the website, you have the filters, you have the category, and also universities. So everything will be updated in a real data.
What about students? I'm Mickey, I'm studying computer science. How will your platform help me to find an internship?
No worries, I didn't forget about you because I'm a student as well, and I know how important it is for us students to be part of this. And I know what's important for students is velocity. We want to be part of the company, we want to be included, and we want no references. Because references is what push us away. We don't have any more jobs, for example, our profile is not too much. So what we're trying to do is go directly to that recruiter. So for you as a student, it's even easier. If you have the keyboards, you have some small filters over there, it's going to be easy to apply. And your application will be sent directly to the recruiter. No waste of time, you just go directly to that. And with no further ado, we can just skip to the next part so we can show a real demonstration of our work.
Oh, maybe I think that there is a company over there that's looking for an intern, isn't it?
And maybe they can share the contact later because I remember he was searching for an internship.
Okay, enough theory. Let's move on and see how one-stop shop works in practice. All right. Concretely, we land on the homepage. Can we start the video, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Concretely, we land on the homepage and we can select the profile that suits us, that fits us the best. We can, for example, choose between students, academic staff, or external user. If I'm a student, I can click on internship if this is what I'm looking for. And then I can see all the possibilities that is displayed, and I can also play with the filters on the left side just to show the right and relevant information to me. And we can also try to act like an academic staff, and we can click on labs just so I can discover the labs that is offered by the other universities. And finally, we also introduced a forum feature that will foster and encourage interaction within Sunrise. For example, here we have someone that posted a message to find teammates for his hackathon team, and we saw that it's very easy to use. There's already an answer to his post.
So this forum as well can be used by academic staff, also by the researchers, also by the companies. They can use this feature to communicate with each other, and they can find more colleagues, or they can find workers, or for example, they can find AI that works for them, or maybe another technology. And that's all for the one-stop shop. We are welcoming our team as well.
So good, guys. You did really good.
You can present themselves.
Take a bow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Introduce yourself, please.
Actually, we are out of time now.
Okay, then. We need to thank you very much. And I love the interaction here with the audience. That was wonderful. I'm going to steal that from
Thank
my
you so
next
much.
moderation.
Thank you.
Can you imagine how much time that will be saved and so much smoother everything will run for students? I'm immediately sending this to my daughter. It's not a demo, is it? It's up and running, right? It's going. Excellent. So now, let's move on to the third project. It's called 3D Scene Generation and Interaction via LLM. And we have a team ready to roll here. Mälardalen University, joined from Bosnia. At its core, the project explores how large language models, the LLMs, can be used to democratize 3D content creation. Super exciting, this team too. So, go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. First, thank you for coming and thank you for having us. So you're going to dive in a really hot topic of today with us. That's LLM-based 3D scene generation. So imagine then that you want to teach your robot how to understand its world around it. Before the robots can navigate the spaces, recognize the objects, or interact with the environments, they required a lot of training, which requires also a lot of data. So collecting this data in a real world is expensive and slow process, and honestly kind of exhausting. Because you need to have cameras, different lightnings, different scenarios, and over and over again. That's why synthetic data is becoming such a big thing in AI right now. So instead of spending months on collecting real-world data, you can just generate a 3D scene or 3D environment. So your AI can learn such faster, so much safer, and what's more important, much larger scale. And that's exactly the space of our project. So we were collaborating with Skylab, that's a startup funded by 2 Mellon students, and they work with synthetic data. Actually, they took one step further and asked the question, what if creating 3D scene environments was as simple as just describing them? So the problem with creating these 3D environments is not that it's impossible, but that it requires some technical background, like advanced Blender skills, technical scripting knowledge, and again, a lot of manual work. And now imagine that you don't need only one scene, but hundreds or thousands of them for your AI training. So we're kind of trying to automate it, to make it automatically. For example, instead of manually building your scene step by step, user can just talk with a chatbot, say, or just type, generate me a warehouse with pallets, forklifts, and etc. And boom, the 3D scene, 3D environment is created, and it's created by this system automatically. This is where our project is focused on. So we want to explore how LLMs, large language models, can automatically produce these 3D environments from natural language prompts. So of course, this was a team effort. We are the 7 students from 3 different countries. From Sweden, with a strong Bosnian energy, we have me, Raiza, and Janana. Then from France, we have Sara and Mehdi. And from Poland, we have Alexandra, Julia, and Victoria. So besides working on this big project and really attractive project, we were also managing different backgrounds, different cultures, different schedules, which honestly just made this project a lot more interesting.
Creating a 3D asset isn't an easy task. It requires both technical expertise and a significant amount of time. Our goal was simple: make 3D creation faster, more intuitive, and accessible to everyone. To achieve this, we designed an AI-assisted platform that allows users to create and modify a 3D asset using natural language. So basically, the user would put on a prompt text, something like, create a modern wooden chair. And the platform would, generate it automatically. Now, what if the user does not like this asset? I mean, he wouldn't have to go through it all over again. He would just refine it. He can change the instructions, add some more instructions. Make it more futuristic, add metallic legs, make it smaller or bigger. And then, the asset would change once again as the user wishes. This makes, the interaction and the process more interactive and more natural. At the same time, the user would be able to maintain a certain control over the result. He would be able to use parameter-based customization to modify and adjust materials, dimensions, properties like geometrical properties in a more structured way. But the user isn't limited to starting from scratch. He can also import an asset and use the exact same workflow to, well, change it and modify it. Now, let's see this in practice. Yeah, well, like any other app in this world, we would have to log in first. Then I would ask the app to, well, create a chair, because we love chair here at the team. I do not like this chair. It's too small, so I want to modify it. I want to make it taller. I would go through parameters and text. But we can also use just parameters or text. Both work just fine. Then the asset would change. It is good here that we have preview, because who would want to download an asset that they do not love? And in fact, I happen to love this asset, so I will download it. And then I would go through the history to see the last version of it, because I might want to change it in a different way. Some years back, I created a car, a pretty car, and thinking of it now, well, I want to modify it. So I will just import it. Yeah, and I want to change the color of it. I want to make it purple, because, well, I love purple. I hope you do too. And fortunately, we'd see like it would work like magic. And here is my purple body. Yep. So ultimately, this project allowed us to explore how AI can simplify and accelerate 3D creation. Beyond all technical aspects, we wanted to create something that's more accessible and intuitive, especially for non-expert users in Blender and in 3D creation, well, like myself. We believe that AI should not replace human nor creativity. It should just enhance it and accelerate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Exciting work, indeed. We have a QR code. Does anybody lack the access to the QR code to send questions? Raise a hand. You all have it? Great. Then we don't have to pull it up again. So feed in questions. We have a little bit of a panel talk with representatives from the different groups after all the presentations are done. So now we have the fourth project, and it has the name of Inclusive Perspectives. It is a project within the Sunrise Alliance, and your work is driven by a simple belief that students should not just be part of the system, but they should help shape it. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our presentations. And thank you for being here today and listening to all the students here today. Like we have just been introduced, we are here to talk about Sunrise and our work within Sunrise that we've undertaken, focusing on this student perspective. But before we go into it very quickly, if you were here yesterday, you will have seen the video that was showed in the morning, just for a little bit of background about what we're going to speak to you today. If you weren't, don't worry. We're going to be here to go through it all today anyway. But just before that, we'd like to introduce ourselves. So my name is Sophie. I'm a second-year master's student in Innovation and Design here at MDU. I'm originally from the UK. Yeah, I've lived in Sweden now for just over a year and a half, and yeah.
Yeah, and hi, nice to meet you. My name is Melia, and I'm also studying Innovation and Design, master's degree. We're on our second year now, so we're graduating soon. I am originally from Syria, but I've been living now in Sweden for almost 12 years. So Sophie will tell you a little bit about our project.
Yes, so What is our project and why are we here to talk to you today? Well, this project, as I said before, was a university project within one of our modules in our second year, where we worked under Sunrise and within a project within Sunrise from a student perspective. And we were looking into how Sunrise can better involve students in its initiatives. Now, this was in collaboration with one of our teachers here at MDU, Krista, over there, who gave us this opportunity and also helped us to research a lot more into Sunrise as well. Now, within this, we specifically looked into Work Package 2, as you can see in the first box there, and we were focusing on Task 2.2 within this, as you can see too, and also looking at the KPI at the bottom there from a student perspective. But why is this project needed? Well, because we found that students are typically underrepresented when it comes to university planning and activities. Students are often involved too late or even not at all in these kinds of processes. And since universities are built on collaboration, innovation, and shared progress, it makes sense to really involve students in these sorts of processes, as they will be very beneficial throughout the whole thing and not just at the end. So this means that we feel as though there is a gap between institutional goals and student needs, and shows that there is a need for stronger involvement and co-creation between students and universities. So we asked ourselves the question, what happens when we truly listen to students? Now the goal for the project was to align Sunrise's progression to actual student needs and priorities in order to co-create initiatives with students across the whole Sunrise Alliance. We believe that students need to be active participants and shape with the environment they're working within and the environment that is Sunrise. For them, or for Sunrise, this means that designing and executing initiatives with students, not just for them, across different projects and across the whole Alliance as well, to make sure that this Alliance is really and truly for students.
Yes, so I can walk you through a little bit quickly about how our process looked like. We had some workshops that we did with our fellow classmates who come from so many different countries, to kind of just brainstorm ideas with them on how inclusion could look like in practice. And we also had some working sessions with basically Sunrise students that come from Portugal and from France, so some universities in the Alliance. And we kind of just talked about and discussed how inclusion could also happen in more specific examples. And it was really cool to also just learn about their experiences and how things work in their university. So more on the, I guess you can say, organizational side. We had some interviews. I think maybe you've already met some of the Sunrise partners yesterday and during the panel, if you were here. So we talked to them specifically about the work package that they're involved in and that we're working with, and specifically regarding intercultural competence and implementation. So we can look at things from the strategic side and the practical side at the same time. And just, we also participated in some events in MDU. This is a picture from one of the events. We had some brainstorming sessions with students, and we got the chance to talk to so many students from different countries, exchange students, to just ask them the simple question of how would you like to be involved? And that helped us gather some data. So by having all these diverse ways of talking to students, collecting data from the strategic side and the practical side, it helped us to kind of just address the real needs of the users, which are the students in our case. Okay, so what did we find out? The most important thing that we found out was that students want to be involved, just not just informed, and they want to co-create, they want to feel heard. And we found out then when students feel that their opinion is valued, when they feel that they are listened to, then the engagement starts to turn into something that feels personal, something that they kind of relate to on a personal level and get a sense of ownership. Moving on to our...
Yes, so as a result of all of this data collection Melia has just spoke you through, we have created this student engagement guide. This is based directly from all of the findings and everything we gathered from students, so it really is embedded in true student need. This is a booklet and kind of like a practical resource aimed at people working within Sunrise and kind of created to help involve students more effectively with some ideas, activities and approaches made to support more meaningful and meaningful student engagement and participation in Sunrise.
Yeah, it's just some pages that we see here, so we don't have the full version, but I can give you just a quick examples of things. We also yesterday discussed the question of how can we start to work with inclusion and how can we already today do some things to achieve this. So some examples we could design activities that feel easy for students to join. We could also maybe just involve students from the start or in the entire whole process. And more on the context-based example. So we could have, this is just an idea that we had a Sunrise Ambassador program where we have different student representatives and ambassadors from the different universities in Sunrise that we can have meetings, or they could have meetings together, brainstorm ideas, initiatives for the future to talk about those initiatives that could be implemented. And now a little bit about the next step. So what should be done next? Well, I mean, we could already from now start to test out some of the initiatives that we have suggested under the work package 2, the second work package. We can also have some kind of KPIs or measurable indicators that are specifically linked to student engagement and principles that we have been researching about. Another thing more on the long-term perspective is to just continue evaluating the impact, and we can change this booklet because things are changing very fast. So maybe next year already, it doesn't have to be a fixed solution. It can be something that we can add to, remove from, and so on. But I think the most important thing that I want to mention here is to kind of aim to find this balance between the long-term goals, so what we want in 5 or 10 years, but also the short-term goals of things that we can already start to implement.
Yes, so that is all from us. Thank you very much for listening. Let's help students not only be observers, but partners in shaping the future.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations. And last, but definitely not least, we have a solar project lined up for us. It is the MDU solar team, and it consists of driven students here from MDU. They come from various fields such as electronics, aerodynamics, and design. And they'll be working together to design a race car. Quite impressive, huh? All run by solar energy. So please join me and tell us about your project. Yes. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hi. I just want to clarify, I am not Adrian Borges. Adrian Borges is right over there, and I am Svante Eklöf. I am the project leader of MDU Solar Team.
Yeah, and my name is Isak Wallin, and I'm the team leader for the marketing and logistics team. I think to start off, we have a short video to show you, to give a brief background. The video is in Swedish, but there are English subtitles.
Jag heter Antonio Campos, pluggar civilingenjörsprogrammet inom industriell ekonomi och går 3:e året. MDU Solar Team är ett studentprojekt här på Mälardalens universitet där vårt syfte är att bygga en solcellsdriven elbil som ska tävla på 2 av världens största solbilstävlingar. Vi består av 3 olika teams. Mekanikteamet, elektronikteamet och marknadsförar- och logistikteamet. De studenter som ingår i de här teamsen är av olika utbildningar här på skolan.
Jag heter Thea Ivars och jag pluggar civilingenjörsprogrammet inom produktion och produktdesign. Och jag är med i mekanikteamet. Mekanikteamet är de som jobbar med det fysiska som vi kommer se av bilen. Mekaniskt och kaross, förarutrymme, hjulupphängning, styrning och så vidare. Så vi är uppdelade i flera team. De som jobbar med prototyp 2, det fysiska med hur vi ska sätta upp hjulupphängning fram och hjulupphängning bak, styrning och gaspedal och broms. Även de som jobbar med det aerodynamiska skapandet utav karossen. Samt det jag gör faktiskt, förutrymmet, identifiera förutrymme och då skapa en krockbur.
I MDU Solar Team så är samarbete en förutsättning. Enskild så kan vi inte bygga den här bilen. Men tillsammans genom utbyte av kunskap och erfarenheter mellan de olika teamsen och inom teamsen så kan vi nå vårt mål. Det här samarbetet för oss studenter ger oss en gemensam grund för oss att kunna utbyta våra kunskaper och expertiser för att vi ska kunna förstå hur det faktiska arbetslivet kan se ut.
Jag heter Valentina Merillo och jag pluggar högskoleingenjör i energiteknik och jag är med i elektronikteamet. Och elektronikteamets roll i bilen är att få bilen att till slut rulla. Så här har jag solcellerna och det vi gör då är att vi sätter ihop solceller. I detta fall har vi olika solceller som vi ska försöka göra en elektrisk modell som till slut ska ge energi till batteriet och då har vi en annan del i teamet som har hand om batteriet och de ser till att energin kommer in och också går ut till motorn. Och där har vi en annan grupp som till slut ser till att motorn fungerar som det ska och ger kraft ut i hjul.
Samarbete är inte bara viktigt mellan studenter, utan det är även viktigt mellan studenter och företag. Det vi får från företag, det är sponsring, det är nätverksmöjligheter och kunskapsutbyte. Det vi ger dem, det är synlighet på våra solbilstävlingar, men också vi gör den här knytningen mellan företag och drivna studenter.
Jag heter Pavel Lembäck och jag pluggar interaktionsdesign här på MDU. Jag är med i marknadsföringsteamet. Marknadsföringsteamets roll i Solar Team är att i princip kommunicera både internt och externt till MDU, sponsorer och intressenter om vad vi gör och vad Solar Team är och vår process och vår vision.
Som studenter på Mälardalens universitet så får vi teoretiska förutsättningar. På MDU Solar Team så kan vi applicera det vi lärt oss och vi får personlig utveckling och teknisk utveckling. Vilket inkluderar att vi kan hantera motgångar och medgångar. Vi lär oss hantera konflikter och kompromissa. Allt i allt så resulterar det att vi är förberedda lagspelare.
Att vara medlem i Solar Team har gett mig validering till att jag lär mig kurser, att jag faktiskt lärt mig det och kan visa det själv. Men även att diskutera problemen med andra kamrater här på Solar Team har gett mig ännu mer inblick och lärdomar som jag kan ta med mig i framtiden.
Solar Team ger mig möjligheten att kunna vara del av ett större team och ha ansvar över ett specifikt område och vara expert inom det jag gör och få samarbeta med andra människor med andra kompetenser.
Jag tycker det är en värd investering att vara med för att du växer så mycket mer i dig själv och ditt framtida yrke.
Man får vara med i en gemenskap där vi alla är studenter, vi är lika. Man får skapa nya vänner, nya kontakter, både för nutiden men för framtiden också. Man får vara del av utveckling, man får sätta sin teori i praktik, man får vara en del av någonting större.
Yes, so that was our short little video, but I think it's quite useful to give like more of a background to what we're actually doing. So our goal, or our main goals, is to compete in the world's two largest solar-powered competitions. So the first one, which is actually now in September, is the iLumen European Solar Challenge, which we're competing against, I think, 30 different universities at a track, or the track Solder in Belgium. So we're going to compete in 24 hours, so sort of like Le Mans, if you know that. And then in 2027, in September, we're also going to Australia, where we're going from Darwin to Adelaide. So we're essentially crossing the whole continent in about 5 days.
Yes, and in order to do that, we need a large team. Here we are two in front of you, but if you turn back, we can see more members from the team. And then Adam just said to us that we have some members in Eskilstuna watching the live stream, so hi to you. And we're 31 members. And we've actually been a long-term project and intend to be a long-term project. We started the new version of MDU Solar Team back in October 2024. The first Solar Team started in 2015-16, competed in Australia 2017-19. Then there were a sort of break between that and when we started again. And we tried to broaden the perspective of Solar Team. As we said in our regular presentations that we'll come to in a minute, we say we are more than a solar car. We create so much more. So we broaden our value with 2 new long-term goals. We want to create some sort of proudness for all students at MDU, that MDU Solar Team actually exists at our university, and encourage more of these initiatives at the university. And then we want to create the long-term organization, which is done through the great culture and great members, and in my opinion, the best possible team there is, the MDU Solar Team. And we broaden our perspective to youngsters.
Yeah, so as Svante just said, we view ourselves more as an organization rather than just a project. And you could view the project or building the car as like the core of our business model. But then we have like different layers. I think that's the best way to explain it, where we want to create real social impact also. So what we're actually doing is we're presenting to a lot of different students. We're presented to over 600 students between the ages of primary school up to high school.
And the purpose of these presentations is to encourage technical education, these types of initiatives, both at high school level for the primary school students and at university level for the high school students. And then at the university, we handpick the best, most driven, most passionate students to learn more. They get an opportunity to apply hands-on with the theories from courses, programs, onto reality and in long term. A normal course at MDU is about 3 months, and we are 4 years, hopefully forever.
Yeah, and like regarding that, I think like the main learning point that I see for myself within the project is that me and Svante, we're studying our 4th year in industrial management in the Eskilstuna campus, and we talk a lot about different management theories. We don't really have that much practical experience or practical moments within our course, but we talk about things such as having like a holistic perspective, and it's super important. But I think when you're just working with other industrial management students, if you want to really create a holistic perspective, I think it's quite hard to just like see your own. You only see your own perspective in some sense. So in Solar Team, we have 8 different educations. So you can actually gather these different perspectives and create a more holistic picture, because everyone in some sense they're basically experts in what they're doing. So if I can apply my perspective as well as their perspectives, we can create a real holistic perspective, which actually applies theory in practice.
And one thing tied to that is you also get the opportunity to learn how to communicate your technical specialty or specialty in other programs, because we aren't only engineers. Just as I mentioned, Adrian, he isn't an engineer student. He is a student of visual design with Pavel that you saw on the video. So we cover more than just engineering programs. We're open to all students at MDU, regardless of what city you study in or what program or what year. We're 31 members in a team within 8 programs between the year 1 and 4. And after summer, we will start our 5th year. So we will cover all the years of the 5-year programs.
And I don't really know how much time we have left, but I think, no, yeah. But just one last thing, like Solar Team for me is more so about creating a culture. We're creating we're in some sense, we're becoming a family, right? And I know that people that I meet at Solar Team will be my friends even after I graduate.
Congratulations, and one of you are supposed to stay because we have a little panel conversation, so maybe you need to do a little bit of a wrestle here who stays. And I'd like to invite up on the stage one representative from each team for a panel conversation. And I have received some questions from you, great. Would you mind scooting in once? Thank you, great, so I can see all of you. Terrific, and we need microphones. That might be handy. Here we go, and you can sit. I'll stand, no worries.
Yeah, thank you.
Take a seat, and we'll just share the microphones. That was very energizing and very interesting from so many angles. I don't really know where to start. So I'll start with an overarching question about the student perspective here. How can we better enable students, because that's really crucial here, not just to learn, but to co-create, contribute, and also lead into the future when it comes to global innovation? Who would like to start?
I think I can start.
Go ahead.
So the most important thing I'm thinking about this topic is that we need to give this experience to students even sooner that maybe we are getting it. Because I first started in the university like almost 10 years ago. I have a complicated path, sorry. But at start, I have nothing like this. I have no opportunities. It was just no real life projects with companies, no international projects. But with the passing years, I'm seeing the difference. Right now, when I went to IPVC, that's my second university, I have a very early interaction in this kind of projects since my first or almost second year in the university. And I think that's really good for the students to be able to create some soft skills to can able to co-create and deal with, lead these topics, these projects. I think it's something like that.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to add?
Maybe I can add
Go
something.
ahead.
So I will speak from my own perspective. I think we are living in such a fast-paced world that everything is connected in the sense that we have a problem and then we have a solution and we can get it in a few seconds. And I think this project taught us that the process in between the problem and the solution is the most important thing. And I've actually, during this project, I added a word into my vocabulary. It's called iterative failing. So,
iterative?
Failing.
Failing?
Yes.
Fail forward, sort of.
Failure.
Yeah, fail forward. You fail, but you proceed.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not anything pessimistic. It's absolutely something on the other end of the spectrum. It's the way that you learn through risk, through uncertainty, and through experimentation. And I think this project learned us that we shouldn't be scared to fail. We shouldn't be scared to not have a working solution because we are always optimizing for the end goal and we are not letting ourselves learn. And I think this project, Sunrise, taught us for sure that it is okay to fail, but it is how we deal with the failure, with the iterative failure at the end.
Thank you. That's a new iterative failure. I normally say fail forward, but I like yours better. It's better. So, what skills and mindsets do we need to, and also real life experiences here, do we need to really make collaboration into really tangible results? I mean, you're building a car, that's pretty tangible. You're building a website, and you're building everything basically with your 3D. Just some examples. So, but what skills and mindsets do we really need to encourage here? Would you like to start? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I would say accepting ambiguity or perceiving it as an input more than a blocker or make it in as a challenge. Because mostly visions are very clear. It's when the vision is very clear, sometimes it's taken for granted that deliverables are also clear. But the reality is the complete opposite. So the more ambiguity there is, the more early initiatives we need to have, so in order to we can actually create something at the end and meeting the hard deadlines.
And ambiguity also very much rhymes with inclusion, right? That you don't step away from an ambiguous person in a process.
Yeah, exactly.
You wanted that?
So I think you already mentioned this a bit now earlier with soft skills, because I think that is something that is difficult to teach in a classroom, but you need to kind of get out in the world. And I've always appreciated courses where we got the opportunity to collaborate with our professors, but also the opportunity to try and do things more on the practical side and not just the theoretical side. So it's not that one thing is better than the other, it's just to have the opportunity to balance both in our education. I think soft skills will definitely help us students to kind of enter the job market or see what's out there and get the experience, not just the theory, but also the practice. So maybe having something that is more opportunities like what we did with Sunrise for students to be embedded in their education, so it's not like a separate thing. And I think opportunities like that are integrated in courses can really help us get those skills.
Thank you, Santa.
Well, I try to implement one thought that I have. I don't know if the team agrees with me, but sometimes you always throw out somehow something will solve this problem. And yes, you cannot throw that out. It's okay, even I do. But important to understand is that something won't solve your problem out of nowhere. You need to solve it, and you is a team. So creating the culture of doing it together and accepting failure or barriers, but understand that we need to face them, we need to handle them and solve the problems, is a theory that I would say, and the mentality that I would say is very important, both to do it as a team and understand that you need to solve the problems, not someone else.
So what would you say are the major enablers here to make this? What you've been presenting is brilliant from many aspects. So could we sort of extract here enablers and what maybe also blockers, so maybe first blockers and then enablers in this process that can facilitate these processes, sort of, oil it a bit. Maybe not oil, electrify it. Yes. Who would like to start?
First, starting with blockers, I think it's the organization. Focusing on collaboration and international projects, because when you work in a lab, it's easy to go to the lab. If we have some problem, we have physical persons with us. They just say, do this, do that, we need to focus on that. In collaboration, in international projects, we have people from other places, and sometimes we can just say, okay, we need to do this, and they send a message to someone, and they need to wait like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, maybe a day, 2 days, and that's really a blocker for the project. I'm not trying to blame anyone, even myself, I do that, it's normal, but it's a blocker that how we can organize ourselves in this type of projects. If we can find a way to do it in a proper way, it's easier for the project at the end. Also, communication and another tool that we can use to improve this project.
Thank you. Who would like to add?
Yeah, I think one example could be resistance to change, and maybe that is like a big discussion with a lot of things like generative AI and other aspects also, when we are just used to operating in a certain way and it's difficult to keep or change how things are already done. So that could be a blocker in a sense of also just having a more closed mind. So whenever we are international teams working together, kind of utilizing our differences and competencies to work towards a solution, I feel like that is, I would say that's more of an enabler.
We can do both, enablers and blockers, just mix it up. Yes, please.
I'd like to add something that I think conflict solving could go both ways. It could be an enabler, but it could also allow us to stop the project, unfortunately. For example, in our team, there were situations when we had, not conflicts, but we simply couldn't understand each other based on our differences in sense of how we communicate, how we perceive the things that are going on. And what I learned is that it is not how you, it's how you shape the system, and it's not how you work in the system. Because everybody came with different, we had a different set of skills. And we saw that we couldn't stop with those skills. We had to change, we had to switch teams, we had to help each other. And it was done by not succeeding in the tasks just for the solution. It was more about shaping the system that is designed for us to make it work for us. So definitely conflict solving was something that was needed to be worked on.
I wish world leaders would listen to those sentences, but that's another story. Yes, Svante.
Well, my thought ties a bit with that. I'm very thankful to our mentors within MDU Solar Team because they have the philosophy that we as students need and should take control of leading and organizing the project or organization MDU Solar Team, but they are always available and count as original members, even if they aren't students. And they always lead us when they see that we need guidance or when we seek guidance from them. They are always supportive to us and attend at every meeting they can. So I think that is a good enabler to let the students lead and organize the projects, believe in the students, but be there for them as supporters to guide them when they ask or when you see now they are just discussing back and forth and they need help. They need a hand to guide them, but let them lead when you steer the course.
So, you're done. Okay, you're good. So do you have any examples of any good advice when it comes to collaborating with industry? You work with Volvo, for instance. I mean, you work with ABB. Yeah.
No, I can give you an example of one industry or firm that we cooperate with, which is, or I can give multiple, but Lena Svets is one that's recent. Another is ETR, the raceway in Eskilstuna. And how do we cooperate with them? Well, it starts with just a contact. Someone knows someone and it ties us to the boss of ETR or with Lena Svets. And then we as students, apart from other solar teams in Sweden, we actually do all contact ourselves. So we get enabled to do everything around the organization, not just the core operations, but also manage sponsor contact, logistics, cash flow to some extent.
Thank you. Do you have any good advice from the collaboration with ABB?
I will not just talk about ABB because I have a past background with many companies in Portugal, outside of Portugal, and we need to understand that one important thing, even for us students, is the opportunity to adapt. We need to adapt to the communication because not every company, mentor, supervisor is the same. So maybe with a small company, we can have a little bit more discuss with them because they are small, they are more interesting in things to say. Maybe with a bigger company with a lot of projects, we need to adapt our style to be quicker, we want this, we have these doubts, we need to do this, what do you need from us? And try to adapt in the meetings with different companies and different industry. That's important also for us. It's a work for the students and also for the companies because they need to adapt to the students. But I think that's important.
Thank you. Now I have some great questions from you in the room. There's one that goes to Sophie, to your project. Yes, Sophie was your colleague, but Melia, yes.
Yes.
How was your project really linked to the innovation design curriculum that you're part of? I didn't understand how student engagement can help the university beyond students' involvement.
Yes, I think since those initiatives are for students and kind of aimed for as the target group. So when we involve students in the process, we really get an impact. And innovation can be seen as a lot from different lenses. So we have technical innovation, we have social innovation, and it's really also beneficial for us to kind of address the user needs, include students that are the main target group in all of our operations, and balance the short-term and the long-term initiatives too, so we can already implement some KPIs to work with.
Thank you. And there's a question to the Solar team that goes to you, Svante. Can you continue as an alumni? And do you have any ideas on how something like the Solar team could be a multi-university project, a Sunrise Solar team maybe?
Okay, so two questions in one.
Like a Kinder egg almost.
To work as an alumni, definitely. We have contacts with former members of teams in 2017, 18, 19. And then we also have a student, former student, now a lecturer, Leo Karlberg, who actually studied when I started studying at MDU. I remember him as the 5th year student when I was only the 1st year student. He now works at MDU, but also works towards MDU Solar Team on his spare time, just as we work with it on our spare time. And I really believe that you could support MDU Solar Team as an alumni, since we also have contact with people from Riskly, Sigma, and Andrea from Volvo that supports us. Both that we have contacted them, but they have also sought contact to us. So definitely you could work as an alumni to MDU Solar Team. And could you work in a multinational solar team? I think it would be a bit hard to do a single solar team, but I believe you could do some form of alliance or some sort of cooperative group that you maybe travel to a certain country and have test days or a test weekend together with multinational solar teams. So, for example, from, I don't know if Portugal have a solar team or France have one, but let's say they have one, and we in Sweden here want to have a test day, then we can invite them up to us, or we can go down to them at some racetrack. So there's definitely room for cooperation between the nations, and we definitely want to cooperate with other nations.
Great. That's an open door, right? Okay, so I have one final question. I'd like all of you to answer it, and I'm going to start with you here. And it goes like this. Did you develop or strengthen any specific competence by joining in these projects, these collaboration projects?
Yes. On a personal competence, it's really good to be part of something more on the practical side. So I have also a background in business, and we have a lot of different people from our master's program. So it's really fun to work with other classmates too, to see things from different perspective. I know myself, I'm not technical, I'm not a designer, but having classmates that are more on the technical side, that are designers, and I'm more of a strategic or number kind of person because of my background, but this really, really helped me see things from other perspectives. So I think the most valuable thing in taking part in the project was to see things or solve a problem, but from different lenses.
Thank you. Could you pass the microphone? Thank you.
Well, at the beginning of Sunrise Project, we had our mentors, they told us, everything is going to be easy. The project is not hard. It's hard to, I know, it's hard to communicate. And we were laughing like this. We were like, oh, come on, project has to be hard. We can communicate. We can speak English. Everybody speaks English. But actually, that was the problem. It was to communicate. But it wasn't to communicate each other in any technical way. It was to communicate on a human level. It was to understand why somebody said something in a certain sense or way, why somebody doesn't have time, why it's simply understanding each other's brain, because we are coming from different cultures, we are coming from different countries. And at the end, the project, it wasn't so hard. I mean, it was hard, not to lie, but the communication part of it was the crucial thing that could lead us towards a solved problem or towards a problem that is not solved. But we managed it.
Thank you. Gonzalo.
For me, the experience itself, it was a lot of valuable, because I'm now in a situation that I'm more used to international projects with companies and with people that have more years of experience than me. And I really don't have this experience, maybe just with my colleagues from the master's degree, but being able to be part of a team with people from first year, second year. It's something I don't have that idea anymore because my first year was years long ago. I don't remember. I was thinking about the things. So it was really interesting to try to understand how people in first year see the things that for me are really easy to see. But at that time it was not easy, and try to understand their problems and try to manage somehow, organize the team to be able to everyone can have the understand what we are doing and what we pretend to do with the project itself. So it was a really good experience for me.
Thank you very much. Svante.
Can I get the question again? I forgot the actual.
Yes. Another
Sorry,
another question.
sometimes I'm going.
The question is gone because somebody deleted it, which is good. But it's basically it was about what were the greatest learnings from your personal experience in doing this collaboration.
I think it's hard for me to pick one that is the greatest learnings. I mean, there are a lot. Me and Isak discussed a lot before. What should we say? We are told to explain some learnings from this, but we had one common word, which were perspective. Mm-hmm. Our education focused highly on a holistic perspective or broad perspective. But one single person can't see every single perspective. And you might think that when you read our books or literature from our courses. But I believe that a person could be good at emerging or enhancing other perspectives around you, encourage other people and create a culture where you sort of coordinate what perspectives are important for what decisions and always allow people to speak up and prove that maybe this is a problem. We have had discussions where some people thought, I don't think this is really a problem, and someone think it is. Mm-hmm. Then you need to communicate in between each other and understand each other, because sometimes you don't understand each other. So it's to coordinate between perspectives and understand that you yourself can't see all perspectives.
Sounds like a great learning and development of a competence indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
Besides seeing behind boats. Besides that. No, yeah, I'm sure you learned a lot.
Yeah, I would say because we come from different backgrounds, different cultures, so it was hard to find a consistent pace, consistent process to work with, so we can make sure that we can actually align our efforts, our results at the same pace. I say that was the most challenging part of it. Hard.
But what strength or what sort of competence did you develop by it?
Sense of urgency.
Sense of urgency. Well, that's good. Again, how about we put all the world leaders up here, and that would be something. They could learn so much from you, indeed. Thank you so much. And thanks to your teams, to the effort, and for sharing. And I'm waving also to the audience online, watching this, learning from this. And best of luck moving forward and spreading your brilliance into the world. Thank you. Thank you. So now, before we move on to the next part of this wonderful afternoon, there will be a long coffee break, but don't leave yet, because I have some information. The break ends at 4. There's a fan club over there, I see. That's wonderful. So the break ends at 4, and then we move into the parallel sessions. And they should be up here. Yes, they are up here. And they're on first come, first serve basis. And there are different venues here, of course. And if you have problems finding them, where do we have staff? Malena, and you'll just stand by the door if people get Dennis too. If people get confused and don't know where to go, just turn to the people guarding the door. We will have lots of opportunities to explore different dimensions of what we have been talking about yesterday and also today. Just one note, the session Turning Complexity into Capacity, a regional triple helix responses to global challenges, that starts already at 3:30. So if you want to attend that one, don't wait until 4 o'clock, because then you're going to miss the first half hour. And so please bring your coffee along if you want to go to that session. It's 5:15. The day ends here today, but not really, because there is some dinner waiting for those that have signed up for the dinner. And it's right across the square here at the restaurant where we had lunch. And of course, there will be entertainment as well as food, and looking forward to that. And of course, don't forget to visit the expo that's outside. And by that, it's finished for me today here in this position. And thanks for listening, and enjoy the rest of the day, and see you tomorrow.